About 1,000 homes to take on water by morning. Lisa.
Meantime, Jeff, tornado recovery in Indiana and Ohio. Governor Mike DeWine touring damage in the hard-hit Dayton area where one person was killed.
You know, from the air, it just looks absolutely horrible. You see not only roofs of houses off, but you see just everything just splintered.
Meantime, President Trump just tweeting about an update from the Ohio governor not long after returning from Japan. Billions of dollars in aid for previous disasters held up again in the U.S. House.
They asked for unanimous consent, which means no vote, no debate. Let's just deem it passed. So to spend $19 billion, which is not in the budget.
Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie, the second Republican to object since Friday to that consent vote, with most lawmakers absent. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer.
Frankly, I cannot understand why any member would object to giving relief to so many millions of our citizens who have been badly damaged by a natural disaster.
The original objector, Chip Roy of Texas, also taking issue with Senate Republicans agreeing to drop border-related funding for now. The bill might now be delayed until the full House is back next week. At the bell on Wall Street, the Dow down 237. This is Fox News.
Hey, it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 2 for $25. Oh, and congratulate your sister for making the basketball team. She's thrilled. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Enjoy 2 full meal combos for $25. An appetizer, 2 mouth-watering entrees like our crispy chicken breast, smoked barbecue quarter leg, or smoked jalapeno cheddar sausage. Served with corn on the cob and french fries. 2 bold combos for $25. A full-on meal deal available nightly for a limited time. Together, we Chili's.
If you're driving, chances are you'll need gas soon. And by the growl in your tummy, a trip to the grocery store too. But don't just buy gas and groceries without getting double miles. Instead, apply for the new United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank and start earning double miles towards your next trip. Gas, groceries, getaway. With the new United credit card, apply at FHB.com. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
The U.S. Supreme Court decides not to weigh in on what amounts to a fight over transgender rights.
The High Court sidestepped a case in Pennsylvania involving transgender students using restrooms that correspond to their gender identity. The justice is allowing a lower court ruling to stand, leaving the policy at the Boyertown Area School District in place. The Alliance Defending Freedom sued over the policy, representing students who believe their privacy was being violated. The American Civil Liberties Union says the ruling is an enormous victory for transgender students across the country. In Washington, Rachel Sutherland, Fox News.
A split decision on abortion in Indiana, the High Court upholding a lower court decision that blocks a state law banning abortions based on gender, race, or disability. However, the justice is emphasizing they're not making a statement about the merits of that law. They're also upholding a provision in the law that requires aborted fetuses to be disposed of the same way as other human remains. Just a few months after her divorce from Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, Mackenzie Bezos is pledging to donate at least half of her fortune to charity.
The third wealthiest woman in the world, worth about $36 billion, is signing the Giving Pledge, created by Microsoft's Bill Gates and wife Melinda and billionaire investor Warren Buffett. The ex-Mrs. Bezos writing, "I have a disproportionate amount of money to share. It will take time and effort and care, but I won't wait, and I'll keep at it until the safe is empty." Jeff Bezos has declined to sign the pledge. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Mr. Bezos tweeting support for his ex, though, saying she'll be amazing, thoughtful, and effective at philanthropy. Recapping the late sell-off on Wall Street, the Dow drops 238 points, finishing right around 25,347. The S&P and the NASDAQ also lower. Oil prices slipping back under $59 a barrel. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Join Ray Gibson as he celebrates 40 years on the air.
40 years already? Hi, I'm doing the big broadcast from BMW's brand new showroom at Atkins Kroll, and I want you to join in on the fun. Come on by and see us do the show live and in person, and since it's a party, we've got all kinds of super goodies to give away. United Airlines is letting me give away 2 tickets to Japan. and your next trip to the Philippines, we've got your hotel accommodations covered with goodies from Resort World Manila. It's been a great ride, and this is a great excuse to get caught up with some of our favorite guests and friends of the show.
Ray Gibson's 40th anniversary show is brought to you by AK BMW and Shooting Star Productions, with special thanks to United Airlines and Resorts World Manila.
Tune in Friday, June 7th, or check out the Points Facebook live feed, provided and produced by Shooting Star Productions.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data-to-Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data-to-Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Wednesday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The old casino building at the Paseo, which was never removed and never torn down, is now being put back into service 2 years after its construction raised the ire of Guam's gambling opponents and led directly to the passage of Senator Nelson's bill banning all gambling at the carnival. The 35th Guam legislature and Governor Lou Leon Guerrero have authorized the revival of games of chance to raise enough money for the 75th Liberation Carnival, and work began over the weekend to put the old casino building back in shape for its originally intended use as a casino during this year's carnival. Last month, a Mayor's Council of Guam Executive Director Angel Sablan told the Guam Daily Post the structure would not be used for the House of Cards. It was given to the Hurrao Academy, he said, for use as a Chamorro Learning Center. But yesterday, he said, the mayors made an arrangement with Hurrao to use it again. The unexpected move was prompted by the lack of time to construct an alternate facility, said Sablan. The bids for this year's Games of Chance were open on May 17th. A little more than $400,000 was pledged. However, the names of the winning bidders have yet to be announced. The Department of Rev and Tax still in the process of providing tax clearances and registering the vendors who qualify. Attorney General Levin Camacho has submitted opposition to a lawsuit over the enactment of the Guam Cannabis Industry Act. The lawsuit was filed in district court by Guam businessman and former senatorial candidate Zedfrey Linsagen. It seeks to overturn the recreational marijuana law on the grounds that the law violates Guam's Organic Act and federal law, which still lists marijuana as a Schedule I controlled substance under the Controlled Substance Act. In his response, Attorney General Camacho argues that the Federal Controlled Substances Act does not preempt Guam law and actually allows states and territories to pass their own laws regarding marijuana as long as those laws do not create a positive conflict with federal law. The AG's opposition motion states that the courts don't view the relationship between state and federal marijuana laws as creating a legal conflict, nor did Congress intend for the Controlled Substance Act to displace all state and territorial laws. More news after this.
Get a free Polar Pop any size when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a free coffee any size when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get $5 off any Circle K car wash package when you purchase $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
If you've ever struggled for breath, you know what a scary experience it is. Whether you have asthma, emphysema, COPD, lung cancer, or another respiratory illness, the right medical treatment makes all the difference. GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic has the latest technology and respiratory equipment, staffed by world-class pulmonologists. Make an appointment today with GRMC's Pulmonology Clinic and start breathing easier. GRMC, where patients are partners.
10 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. Naval Criminal Investigative Service is asking for the public's help in solving a bold copper wire theft that occurred 4 months ago and remains unsolved. The dollar value of the theft and the destruction of government property is estimated in excess of $40,000. And CIS Special Agent John Gibson telling the Guam Daily Post they didn't go public with the theft for some months because they've been following logical leads and wanted to keep the information confidential until they felt it was appropriate to ask for help. A reward of $1,000 is now being offered to anyone with information that might lead to the arrest and prosecution of those involved. Gibson said the theft happened back on January 27th. The generators at Radio Barragata suddenly kicked on and the facility lost power. A NAVFAC crew was sent over to inspect the manhole cover leading to the underground cables that supply the location with power. One of the manhole covers along the road near the old Nimitz golf course was lying beside a bundle of copper power line wires that had been pulled from the manhole. A large dagger about 22 inches in length with a wavy blade was found at the scene. It's believed to have been used to cut the copper wire. Gibson said he hopes the knife is unique enough that someone may be able to lead us to the owner. Navy's not the only recent victim of copper wire thieves. In the past 2 months, the Guam Power Authority has responded to at least 12 cases of copper wire theft from homes, office buildings, and government properties. Take Care Insurance has taken the next step on the well-worn path of procurement protest following last week's denial of its protest by the GovGuam Health Care negotiating team. Take Care appealed to the Office of Public Accountability. In its 93-page appeal to the OPA filed last Thursday, Take Care asks for the request for proposal at issue to be canceled or amended to remove the clause requiring offerers to include GRMC in their provider networks. Take Care's appeal asserts that the RFP will not result in the lowest cost option, that it is inconsistent with the Organic Act, and would eliminate competition. Take Care has requested a hearing date that has yet to be assigned. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
Says here, partly sunny skies and isolated showers, Kevin. There's thunderstorms today as well. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Expected highs today should be about 88 degrees. Overnight lows 79 degrees. I'll put the radar up here, and then you'll see that the systems, oh, that's pretty. Another view from outside Pam Duvall's house this morning. But wait a second. I promised I was going to try to get some radar up here. What? There's no radar today?
Nope.
How are we going to win the war?
Yeah, I have no idea. Actually, it's best that it goes down now before the storms start coming. Then it'll be in shape when they start.
All right, we got the highs today, 88, lows 79 degrees. Sunset tonight at 6:43, 5:52 for sunrise this morning, about 5:52. Every day until next week or so, June the 7th, when the sun will start rising later in honor of my 40th anniversary in broadcasting.
There you go.
That's kind of a big deal around here. And that's what we've got for you weather-wise. Here's not all of the weather. Here's the satellite imagery. At least we can put this up, get an idea of what things look like in the Asia hood.
Yeah, satellite showing not a whole lot in terms of large weather systems nearby. However, I'm a little intrigued by this stuff to our west that seems to be coming this direction. We'll keep an eye on that. That looks to be actually be more upper level air movement that would be pushing the tops of those clouds over. And that might actually be a saving grace for us, because if we don't get some clouds today, it's gonna be hot. They did not put anything about a heat index in the forecast. I think they're expecting enough showers and clouds to form that it'll keep things cooler. Yeah. But if that doesn't happen, you walk outside right now and you can feel literally just how hot it already is and how humid. And if we get sufficient amount of sunshine, there will be some heat index action going on. So if you're going to go out and do stuff, just carry along some water.
It's hot enough already. I went outside yesterday, take care of some stuff for Nova Dog, and I thought, well, you know what? After about 10 minutes of that, I figured, hey, puppy, you're on your own. I wanted to build a little doghouse for it, so I got all the things that I needed to put together, make a little doghouse. Got some concrete and some roofing tins and like that, and thought, nope, too hot. Going back inside. I think I'll tackle this particular issue at another time. 6:15 in the morning. That's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific, where others put branches. They place roots.
Let's see now. Fast, easy, affordable. That's the best way to describe my home loan at Bank Pacific. Fast, because we give quick decisions. Easy, because we've cut back on the paperwork. Affordable, because today's home loan rates are still so low. So see us today to refinance or consolidate, or to buy or build your new home and save yourself some money.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we
place roots. Equal housing lender, FDIC, Viva Bank Pacific.
Thanks, buddy. 6:15 o'clock in the morning. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City. First choice for all of your specialty care needs. Guys over at Micronesia Renewable Energy telling you there's never been a better time to go solar because now they've got batteries that will attach to your solar panels. 632-2613 for a free consultation. They'll tell you what all of that is going to mean. American President Lines is shipping the future. Guys over at Cars Plus with a huge Memorial Day sales going on right now at Cars Plus in Muddy. Through the end of the month, if you've been waiting to upgrade your vehicle, get to Cars Plus today and then get it insured at Nanbo. You can save up to 50% with Nanbo Insurance's Bundle Up plan. So call them now at 477. I'll call them after 8 o'clock. I think that's when Lucky and the guys might be in there. 477-9754.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's all about context, isn't it? It's all about the context with which the word is used. And the word that I'm specifically talking about this morning is balls. There's an interesting magistrate report that came out yesterday, and it might be probably one of the most descriptive magistrate reports ever in the history since I've been watching. There was one many years ago that used colorful language to describe how do I put this, second-degree criminal sexual conduct. But in the one that came out yesterday, another one of these criminal sexual conduct cases, I think appropriate use of the word. But I'm not comfortable saying it in its appropriate context today. So I took to Facebook yesterday and asked Facebook followers if they would give me other nomenclature that I could use for that particular body part. So we'll go through that a little bit later on this morning. But I'm kind of warning you as the producer. Yeah, we might need to have a specific music bed for it.
You should have warned me earlier.
Oh,
I have to get that stuff before the show.
You can find something. Come on, you're a crafty, creative kind of guy.
It's interesting, the magistrate report, though. You know, they claim she grabbed something, but clearly it wasn't what they described because he doesn't have those.
Well, he might not soon, depending on who is able to get a hold of him. But it's an interesting story and very, very interesting ways that we can describe that nomenclature. It's going to be coming up in what we're probably going to refer to as the Beavis and Butthead portion of the program. Actually, come to think of it, Beavis and Butthead would be pretty interesting pieces of nomenclature to use for that body part as well. 6:18 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. My name is Ray Gibson. Thrilled to have you along here this morning. And we got Michael Knight, who knows where the phone is. And when you call him up at 888-8255. Talk to him, say hello, talk sports, talk weather, and then say, hey, let me talk to Ray. He'll be able to patch you all the way through to the studio so we can get your important and I guess important is a good word to use, and vital thoughts on today's topics out there on the radio so everybody can hear them. Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post, he's got all the big stories that they're going to be reporting in all of the pages of the Post this morning. Old casino building and a word from the Attorney General and his defense of the Ana de Guam and work done at the government of Guam for the Cannabis Industry Act here. And nobody immune to the thugs that are out there, the drug jugheads that are out that remembered that maybe you can get some copper. We haven't heard about a whole lot of copper theft cases, but a big one there affecting Navy out in Barragata, and they're looking for information. And
the GPA has experienced 12.
Have they?
Yeah,
I haven't heard
about
about
couple of months. Yeah,
haven't heard too many of those.
Yep, we had a story last weekend, and yeah. They haven't been reported individually one at a time. They gave us a bundle of 12 thefts within the space of
I missed that one.
Weeks,
but for GPA to get to experience wire theft, I mean, that's not necessarily news. This is Navy stuff here. That takes some big. Wait, so what are some of the words we're looking for? Crown jewels, marbles, tea bags.
Doesn't the theft of Navy Cable, make it a federal offense?
I would presume it makes it a huge federal offense, and I don't know, they're going to get these guys together to figure it all out. But the crazy thing about this one, number one, it affected Navy lines, and number two, they apparently, it takes some kind of skill to do this because they apparently stole it while the wires were hot.
Yeah, you'd have to have some experience, wouldn't you?
No, that's not easy. That's extremely dangerous. I mean, on a scale of 1 to oh my God, touch the wrong wire, let it touch you the wrong way, and that's it. It's curtains.
Right. It looks like they used a pickup with a chain attached to it and pulled the line right out of the manhole.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying that somebody with any more about a ninth grade education couldn't do it, but it just seems to me that takes particular set of stones there to get that done. 21 after the hour, and let me...
Stones.
I think that's in there. I think that's on the list.
Just checking.
Nate Horn says he liked your choice of words for the nether regions. We'll talk about that. What have I got here? Start off by saying hello to everybody on Facebook Live. Okay, go.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. See, our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Everybody around here. James Howard coming in first. I didn't even see Ishmael in the top 10. There's, let me see, Mark Mendiola. Is that Mark Mendiola there? No, that's Mark Cruz. Came in second. Rico Blancaflor, and there's Pam Duvall. John Ray Taitano. Al Bautista in the top 10. Good job. New guy there. Nate Horn and Dioich Rengil. Umil Tuta, my friend. John Torres is there, and Dennis Bensour round out the top 10. But there's new people coming in all the time, so I got to get through the list in a big hurry. There's Mingo Ree, Adonis Mendiola, Lynn Vince, Borja Polino. I got Anita Muffness with the Valentine's eyes. Kat Phillips-Huggins says, good morning, Ray. Getting ready for the last day with students at LBJ Elementary. It's all done, except for the singing. Did you put a sign outside? Attention, parents. Tag, you're it. For at least 3 months. And what are you going to be doing, Kat Phillips-Uggan, in the intervening time between now and the first bell of the first day of school? Or we don't think about that until the day before the first bell of the first day of school. Let me know about that. Anita Muffness, like I said, with the Valentine's eyes. I see Lillian Cruz, Ro Torres. Lacia Casil is online this morning. Lacia, curious about some of the conversation with the Spaniards and what the Spaniards would like to do with I don't know, recognition of Mount Magellan and research in the downtown Agutnia area. Give me a ring on that if you get a chance. Eric McKinnon is online. There's Felix Rages, Pat and Norma Jean Flores. Commissioner Roy Gamboa has got the Facebook Live playing while he's getting ready for work today. House of Lies, James Howard. Not sure exactly what you're referring to here. Anymore these days, Jim, the House of Lies can refer to just about anything here. Nick Perlowski, heard they're not making yardsticks any longer. Again, I don't know. I got to take that into context.
Well, it's about time. You know, the imperial measurement is so 20th century.
Yeah, only people I know do metrics, drug dealers. Good morning from Brandy Pond, Naples, Maine, says Brad Hokinson. Jeanette Gigi Cruz, wishing everybody a good morning. There's Bianca Borja. I think this is Bianca's daily new habit, and I'm delighted with that. Jane Desai's online. John Ray Taitano, Dwayne Santos, and Frankie Gutierrez. She says, oh, this is nice. Good morning, Ray, and then there's two little cherries there. Is that in reference to the magistrate story?
I think so.
Could be, right? Frankie Gutierrez on Gina Kono, Linda Gabriel, Hafaday, Mark Anthony, Nate Horn, the Path of Procurement Protest. You picked it up the same as I did, Nate, and you remind me, I meant to congratulate my colleague here, my buddy, Kevin Kerrigan, from the Guam Daily Post. Page 2 story, Take Care files appeal with the OPA. And you must have felt colorful yesterday because I love the way you write this. Take Care Insurance has taken the next step on the government of Guam's well-worn path of procurement protest. That's just delightful, buddy. It's just, you're like a poet. Can I just tell you that right now? That's great. The well-worn path of procurement protests. He doesn't like it when I point out his artistry, but it's important that you get acknowledged for that kind of thing. 888-8255-888-TALK. I got Richard Leon, James Howard, the Copper Robin Hood from the CCU, staked from the CCU to pay for the utilities, I suspect. As I said, John Ray's there. Sylvan Tadella, Juanita Machi, Carlos Barreto. Good morning, Carlos. Getting ready for our big get-together over at the AK BMW showroom Friday after this. June the 7th for anniversary show. We'll get you more details on that. But first off, thanks for United Airlines. Not one, but 2 trips to Japan that they said I could give away for my big anniversary party. Plus, I've got next time you're in the Philippines, we got your stays over at Resort World Manila covered. I got that all taken care of. Who else is on? Heather Perez, Larry Lee Davis chiming in from Omaha, Nebraska. What comes from Omaha, Nebraska? Has anybody got any ideas what do we get there?
Steak, veggies, yeah, lots of farmers, lots of ranchers. That's pretty much the bread bowl of America and the world.
What's the name of the big food conglomerate they've got out there? It's in Omaha. You've drawn a blank?
I mean, Purina maybe? I don't know.
They make, I can't remember. Larry, chime in and tell me what it is. Among my favorite chickens, I mean, if I can't get KFC, if I can't get Popeyes, I'll go to Payless and buy a box of this fried chicken. God, I can see it in my head. It's a red box, and inside there's, I don't know, half a dozen pieces of fried chicken. It's already cooked. All you got to do is stick it in the oven for 40 minutes or something like that, and it comes out, and it's just as good. I mean, it's restaurant quality, and I can't remember the name of the chicken stuff, and I'm pretty sure it comes from Omaha, Nebraska. There's also, I believe, Orient, or as in Orient Supplies. You get these kids. Is it Tyson chicken? I don't think it's Tyson. Somebody go to Payless right now and take a snapshot of the frozen section. I'll tell you which one it is. But anyway, Larry Lee, good to have you online. And one of these days, you get to tell us all about what it is that you're doing out there in Omaha, Nebraska. I got Charlene Marchessault online, Randy Kruger, Henry Gonzalez, Patty Santiago, and Richard Leone, who's raging against something. I'll get back to that. Kristen Cruz and Ruthie Secure, former Governor Carl T. C. Gutierrez is online this morning. So is Mark Mendiola, Dave Duenas, and so many others. No, I don't think it's Tyson. Everybody says it's so look it up. Okay, good. My producer's doing that. Anyway, 6:27 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. And
I got to have more to work with because right now all I've got is
red box of
fried
chicken. But they make everything. Banquet. Is it
Banquet? I'm looking up Banquet now, and of course they're a subsidiary of ConAgra Foods.
And that's where I think it is. I think that's where it is, ConAgra.
But it does not say where they are.
I hate not knowing, but I think I'm almost fine. Nick, you're right. It is Banquet. That's the chicken. And now look in the box of the chicken and say where what comes from. Who's in North Carolina? Barbara Castro Davis is in North Carolina, saying half a day. Well, Barbara and all the other Chamorros that are on the Facebook Live this morning, you need to get back. I passed by. Was in downtown Agutnia yesterday. I was taking care of some investment requirements and passed by the Plaza de España, and the place looks like it is set up for an actual carnival. What is it? It's not Festpac. It's the other one. It's the Micronesia Island Fair that's going on there, and the place is absolutely beautiful, and they've got all kinds of things going on. All of the booths and exhibits were getting set up yesterday, and I didn't get any pictures, but somebody did send me a picture from a flyer of the thing. I'll stick that up online in just a second. Yeah, yes, it is, says the wife. And a half a day from Atlanta, Georgia. Who's throwing that in this morning? It's like CB radio, isn't it? It's Barbara again. Okay. Anyway, so there's that. Odd, because I came in this morning and Michael Knight says, and he normally fans out. We got all these different scripts from all the big news stories that were on television last night and a few other things that we find, and he fans them out for me so I can see just about all the headlines and pick and choose which ones that I want to talk about first. And he says there's not enough room. There's just too many stories that we can play around with. So between the Guam Daily Post, all the scripts, and all the other big stories, frankly, all I need to do, I could almost just grab this stack and go through them one to the other to the other, and be able to riff on just about everything.
You would burn up 6 hours trying to cover all of it. You got 30 pieces of paper in your hand.
And that's just the stuff that you found me, plus the stuff that I got. And who was it? I think it was Michael Imtiaco this morning that sent me a story about what it is that the Fed wants to do. The Fed now wants more marijuana grown. This is the DEA. Says we want more marijuana grown and fewer opioids produced in 2019. Really, absolutely serious about that. Isn't exactly known as a big fan of marijuana, but in a new Federal Register filing set to be published soon, the Anti-Drug Agency is moving to more than quintuple the amount of cannabis that can legally be grown in the U.S. for research purposes, from roughly 1,000 pounds in 2018 to more than 5,400 pounds next year. About 1,000 pounds, or the monthly consumption from Yvonne Elliman.
Nice. Yeah, I think this really represents a tectonic shift in the thinking processes of the DEA towards ways that we can treat ourselves. Clearly, there's an epidemic with opioids, and people are really turning to those. The problem is they're giving you opioids for everything, and you don't need opioids for all of those things.
Well,
and marijuana may be an alternative. For some
I
of
don't
these
like
other
I don't like
conditions.
taking pills. It's not one of my favorite things. I got if something is achy, I try to man my way through it, and if I can't, there's always the Tylenol in the kitchen. But that's as far as I need to go. I mean, there's a couple of other things that I've got that doctors have prescribed me for a variety of issues that they believe might cause me some amount of pain, but I also know who I am, and I know that it's easy to get used to that kind of thing, and pretty soon it's not just a question of controlling your pain. Sometimes it's about controlling the attitude, taking the edge off of life, and you want more and more and more. So it's one of those things. Like I said, if there's a safer way to do it, if there's a more natural way to do it, groovy. Question: I wonder if the Netflix people are watching the show for research you might be in the movie, Ray. Cool. You think that the Netflix people that are here shooting a movie are watching the program today? Could be. I don't know. I'm wearing a pretty shirt just in case. Tommy, Tenorio, Bernardo, and May Relay are online. Classmate Ron and Cindy De La Rosa are playing around, and I think that's good for the list right now. So as I said, I got a ton of stuff here to talk about, ton of stories, including the bits and pieces from yesterday's magistrate report, because I think those are some of the words that were used. And over 115 comments just overnight from people I'd asked, trying to figure out how to read this on the air tomorrow. Grabbed him by the what's. Okay, peeps, your assignment. Give me words I can use instead of balls for the morning show. Might have blown it there just for a second.
It's okay. It is legal. Balls is a legal word.
I get it. It's just not good form for a supposed mature, grown-up morning show. But
it should be used in the sports report, not necessarily in the news. But
concur. But anyway, the other part of this is I kind of wanted to underscore a method that you can use to defend yourself the next time there is somebody that is trying to get into your nether regions. And apparently it worked. EM, this is the victim, said that the defendant grabbed her buttocks and grabbed her neck. The EM stated that for a short time she couldn't breathe but felt defendant losing his grasp. EM explained that she had grabbed defendant's crown jewels, eek and meek, kung kung, marbles, meat and 2 veggies, tea bag, yam bag, wedding tackle. That's just page 1.
Soon to be chemically castrated parts.
She grabbed him there and squeezed as hard as she could, whereby defendant kicked EM in the shin, and after that it was just about all over. Just about all over. When the police are minutes away, you've only got seconds, and that maybe is the difference between a third-degree felony and what could have been a first-degree felony there. 6:33 in the morning. Time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Daily Post this morning. 34-year-old Morlen Sikion is accused of assaulting a 21-year-old woman Sunday after entering the room she was sleeping in and attempting to rape her. According to the magistrate complaint, the woman had been drinking with Sikion, whom she had recently met. She told police she went to sleep, but then felt the mattress move, and when she turned, she realized it was Sikion lunging at her. Sikion allegedly put the woman into a headlock, but she managed to grab his crotch area and squeeze as hard as she could before he released her. According to the complaint, when he was questioned by police, Sikion said he was drunk. Sikion has been charged with 2 counts of criminal sexual conduct and assault. 3 men facing allegations that they attacked and robbed a man sleeping on a bench at Fort Apugan, which overlooks Agana next to the governor's mansion. According to the magistrate complaint, the attack occurred at 3 a.m. yesterday morning. The victim says 3 men woke him up, told him to leave him alone, and then they walked away. But then he says they attacked him, took his money, grabbed his wallet and his necklace, and then fled in a Lexus. Guam police soon found that Lexus. Inside was the necklace and a hat belonging to the victim. The 3 suspects who the victim positively identified were then arrested. They are 18-year-old Goodley Philippus, 32-year-old Santi Kansu, and 24-year-old Yeol TK Filias. The magistrate report states that Kansu and Phillips both appeared intoxicated when they were arrested. The trio have been charged with third-degree robbery, assault, and theft. 55-year-old Fangunog Ukuk now has a ticket back home to Chuk. The homeless man has been sleeping at a bus stop in Jigo for the past 3 weeks. The parents of school children who use the stop have complained. Now, former governor of Chuk and UOG associate professor Ansito Walter told the Guam Daily Post yesterday that Ukuk is confirmed to depart for Chuk on June 16th. Walter said Ukuk's travel documents are in order and his relatives will pick him up at the Chuk International Airport. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
6:36 in the morning. Thanks, Kevin. That is iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect and ask them about some great plans that they've got as we move into the summer of 2019. Dare he say it? Moving into the summer of 2019. June right around the corner. Hold on a second. I'm blown away by that revelation. I'm having one of those epic moments where I realize we're just about halfway through the year already. Can it be? All right. Anyway, so whatever you got for the rest of the year, whatever your telecom needs are going to be, there's a plan waiting for you at iConnect.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Wednesday morning. And let me underscore that, too. It's Wednesday morning, and for some, the first day of summer, and for others, the last day of school. I wonder if that story is going to get told in the traffic gizmo. Can you imagine that? We are just about up to the summer where I almost don't need to do traffic reports. It gets so light out there. Light like it is now. Nothing happening between Jigo and Upper Tumon. Got a couple of intersections. They're looking a little bit squirrely now. Normally by now 1 and 3 already starts to look ugly, but that's doing all right now. Shouldn't have any problems getting through there. Nothing major in the Upper Tumon area. Tamuning is running clear right now. Nothing going to slow you down. I'm even looking by the schools in Chell and San Antonio. Don't see anything that is going to be of any kind of bother. Agana is almost all clear. Route 4 is good. Route 10 is looking good. A little bit busy over at the intersection of 10 and 15 right now as people are making their way to the utility campus. And down by Big Navy and Sumai should be running clear for you at the moment. 6:38, that's right now traffic on the point.
In illness and in wellness, Calvo's Select Care is health care that is there for you. That's why over 80% of the Guam medical community places their trust and insures with us. We offer our members wellness and fitness programs for a healthier lifestyle and provide a comprehensive medical network on and off island to help members from unexpected illnesses. Contact Calvo's Select Care today for more information.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Getting word, a couple of hot girl friends of mine are going to be hanging out at the Micronesia Island Fair. That's going to be today, starting today over at the Plaza de España. Interesting venue for the place. There are going to be porta potties set up. Let me see if I can get the imagery up for you of looks like our warrior class here out there to greet you. I wonder if they'll be standing around with pictures so you can get selfies of these guys in the annual Guam Micronesia Island Fair. Peace and friendship in the Pacific. Fun starts today. What's going to be happening? I've got the opening ceremonies. Well, it starts at 10, but the opening ceremony is going to be at 6 o'clock, and there should be some kind of activities tonight until about 9 o'clock. 10 to 9 tomorrow, 10 to 9 on Friday, 10 to 9 on Saturday, and 10 to 6 on Sunday. And the closing act will take place at 4:30. So just about any time, day and early evenings. You should be able to get into. Boy, that's going to make town crazy tonight. You realize that? So we got Micronesia Island Fair going on at the Plaza de España, and then the Paseo is going to be crazy busy with everything going on. With the regular Wednesday night market. Not bad at all. Featured entertainers, fairgoers, it says, can look forward to performances by the 3Ks. That's Kendall, Kalau, and Kayama, a popular group from Palau that performed at last year's festival. GVB has also scheduled special cultural performances by the Guam Chamorro Dance Academy from Japan, working with the Master of Dance Frank Rabon and supported by the GVB. I love this because there are a bunch of folks from Japan that are absolutely wild about Guam and our culture and our dance, and so they've learned how to do it. 700 or so people imagine Japanese all dressed up like us and doing the dances just like us. I think that's pretty cool. And so they're going to be performing a huge vendor list of all kinds of people. So if now is the time where you're thinking maybe you need to get your own sinahi, this could be the place to go. Stick and Dip or Sip and Dip are going to be there. Sticky Fingers, Guam Sungoi Enterprises, and Zana's Gifts and Things. I've got I can put it up so you can take a look at it, but I don't know if it's going to be up there long enough for you to pay any kind of attention or enjoy taking a look at this. Yeah. There's the schedule of events on the staff. I'm not even sure you can read that. It's out there, and just swing by the Micronesia Island Fair, and somebody will give you the schedule of all of that. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post, and a story that talks about a federal law allowing Cannabis Industry Act. That's Levin Camacho's defense of the government of Guam and changes that we have made to cannabis use and turning it into a recreational deal. Sedfried Linsangen went over to the district court and said, no, cannot do that. It's against it. It calls into concerns that we are going to be having with the fact that there are the Controlled Substances Act, and that should preempt anything that states and territories are doing. Levin Camacho says, no, it does not, because it allows, does not, the Controlled Substances Act does not preempt Guam law and actually allows states and territories to pass laws related to marijuana as long as those laws, quote, do not create a positive conflict with federal law. There's something about the way those words get put together, and only somebody, I think, with a JD, somebody that's worn the robes of justice, would be able to suss out what a positive conflict is. Fortunately, we have such a man at our ready disposal. You can hear him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on 93.3 The Point. He's the host of the Tall Tales program. Here is His Honor, Judge Klitsky. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Ray. And by the way, did you know that Tall Tales is the top-rated afternoon FM talk show in the Western Pacific?
That has now been confirmed by resolution at the legislature, signed off on by and an executive order with Governor Lulian Guerrero and Josh Tenorio. Yes, it's a worldwide acclaim.
Absolutely. With respect to cannabis, I haven't, of course, had a chance to read the papers. I noticed that one of the reasons that the AG is opposing Lin Sangen's complaint is that it fails to state a claim upon which relief can be granted, which is kind of the all-purpose, even if everything that you say is true, so what kind of pleading.
Like, are you dead? Did you die? Do you have damages that you can show?
Yeah, so even if you can prove the facts that you state in your claim, in your complaint, you're not entitled to relief. With respect to the positive conflict, way back when, I think when people were talking about the referendum, or perhaps Howard Trapp's challenge, I do remember reading a memorandum by legislative counsel at that time, Julian Uggan, that went into this same theory. And briefly, this is what it means. The laws of a state could appear to be in conflict with so-called federal law, so long as the laws of the state don't require a state official to take any positive action that would impinge upon the ability of the federal government to enforce those laws.
You know, I'm glad you said that slow. I still don't understand it.
So if our statute said cannabis is legal on Guam, everybody can smoke it, etc., and anyone who attempts to enforce federal law will be arrested by the chief of police, then it would would it be impinging on federal law?
Mm.
That's how I understand the theory.
So it causes somebody here to take an action that would normally be taken by a member, an agent of the federal government?
Well, that would interfere with the actions of a federal government official.
So as long as we don't try to interfere with a federal agent's arrest of someone smoking marijuana here on Guam,
right,
we're not in conflict.
That could be an example, or if you want to go a little exotic, let's say we had customs agents at the airport, and when anybody from the DEA came through our customs line, we said, no, you can't come into Guam because you're going to enforce the laws against marijuana.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But in
then
my mind,
we would be in conflict.
Then there's that positive conflict.
Yeah.
Okay. It feels like sanctuary states.
Yeah, the sanctuary state has a little different underpinning because that gets into our concept of federalism, where we have subordinate sovereigns called states and a national government, and the national government can't assign duties to those subordinate states. So actually those locations that are asserting this sanctuary proposition really understand the concept of federalism.
I get it. I hate it in that case, but I understand it.
Yeah.
Courts have not viewed the relationship between state and federal marijuana laws as creating a legal...
establishes a schedule of narcotics and the consequences of dealing with those things, but it wouldn't preempt a state or territory from adding something else to that schedule. I don't think a state or territory has the ability to subtract something from that schedule.
The article goes on to talk about, in terms of the CSA, the Controlled Substances Act, states also refers to territories such as Guam. Have there not been issues and cases where states and territories were not treated the same, either by omission or commission in the language?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So it'd be interesting to see what the CSA says and whether it expressly includes Guam and the other territories under the category of states.
Well, that's my recollection, and this is the usual draftsman's convenience that when a draftsman wants a nationwide application to include the 50 states, District of Columbia, and territories, there's a definitional section. And the definitional section will say something like state includes, Guam, American Samoa, et cetera, or territories or something like that. But if that language isn't in a statute, then probably the statute doesn't apply to Guam.
Well, it depends on how you want to look at it. Are we international or are we domestic?
Well, we're the real test is, are we a state or not? Because when you're talking about legislation for the United States, you're talking about 50 states and the District of Columbia.
Noted. One other thing that is back and forth interesting is Take Care has now gone to the public auditor. That was the next step. They have been denied an appeal over at the Department of Administration. Their next step legally, I understand, is to go to the public auditor for a procurement appeal there.
Correct.
Thoughts?
Well, in order to get to the Superior Court on matters such as the Take Care appeal, you have to exhaust your administrative remedy. So I suspect that Take Care is prepared to lose at the public auditor forum and take the case to the Superior Court, and perhaps what happened last year will happen all over again, that we'll be going for another year in a health insurance limbo.
Yeah, we just take whatever we had before and regurgitate that. If you like your plan, you can stick with your plan. You can keep your plan. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, even though there was sufficient statute that looked like it was going to be paving the way for Take Care customers to be able to go to GRMC.
Right.
Yeah, but based on what I've been reading up on lately, and the complaints that have been made by the folks over at Take Care about that law has turned into an interesting issue. It will be, as we say, interesting to see what it is that the public auditor is going to be able to see based on what the law calls for, and based on my understanding of what GRMC is asking of Take Care.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not prepared to make a tentative tall tales ruling at this point, Ray.
Here's the easy question. Can, by statute, the government of Guam cause one private entity to contract with another in order to do work for the government of Guam? And basically telling Take Care who they have to do business with.
In this context, my sense is probably. You know, if the statute could have been a little bit more cleverly worded, just saying that that the bidding is open to all providers that can do A, B, C, and D, instead of saying, instead of the language that they have that doesn't name GRMC by name, but comes pretty close.
Once upon a time, I think, is what you refer to that kind of legislation. 6:52, always fun hearing from you. Bob Klitsky, and you're going to be on the radio at 4 o'clock this afternoon with another exciting round of Tall Tales. We'll press the meat, and we'll see who's in the big rounds tonight.
Very good, Ray.
Looking forward to it. Bob Klitsky, appreciate your time. It's 6:52 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK. James Howard with a note here says the government does whatever they want to. If we can get 8 knuckleheads over at the legislature to vote on something, you can probably find a knucklehead over at Antelope to sign off on it, and then we've got some kind of law on our hands. Good morning, Alicia Canetta online this morning. Irene Alcantara is there. Another note from James earlier, listening to Bob Klitsky's interpretation of Levin Camacho's defense of the actions of the government of Guam against Sedfri Linsongan's case over at District Court, basically saying we don't have a positive conflict, and unless we're preventing somebody in the federal government from doing their job, then there's really no reason to get all excited about all of this. It doesn't seem to be a natural conflict between what Guam is doing versus what other states are doing in this case. And, oh, by the way, Sedfri, even though you might be all butthurt over the idea that they have passed and now signed into law regulations on the recreational use of marijuana on Guam, that's not enough in order to bring a case. You don't necessarily have standing. I don't think butthurt is a significant cause for standing to bring a case before the judge. But that's also up to the judges to review and see where the next steps are going to be here. Lisa St. Augustine is there. My buddy Keith Parsky in Washington, D.C. is listening. Brad saying, well, thanks for the opinion on marijuana leave-in. Now, can we keep some criminals in jail instead of running around on the streets? Do I have any of those stories today? Do I have any felony on felony cases or releases? Not really. I'm looking to see if there's a case that I'm really interested in. It's a Tysican case from last week. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to be happening with this guy, because he looked like he was bad news from a long time ago, and should be getting before a judge before too much longer. And so Brad's complaining about it. I'm complaining about it. No less than the Guam Daily Post in their editorial section today in the deal. And if you're not reading their editorial section, you're missing out on what I think most of the time is some pretty decent and logical thinking in terms of writing editorials. Dear judges, please make decisions that will help keep our community safe. And then they go on to talk about something that I railed on yesterday, Judge Ben Season letting a rapist out. I mean, the guy admitted to it. It's not alleged. He admitted to raping the girl. 11 years old at the time, pregnant now. And, $100,000 bond, but, it's not like anybody's got to actually pony up any real money. They only start going after the money if he doesn't show up for the hearing next month in June. Meantime, this 11, 12-year-old, can you imagine what she must be going through, right? Is the guy that knocked her up out running around loose.
Wait, you mean they assign a money value to a bond, but they don't make them pay it? I mean, what's the point? What's the point? No, the whole point is that people put money up to ensure that they're going to come back to court. That's the whole idea behind a bond.
Don't make me shake my finger at you, or else I'll shake it again. Man told her not to tell her family that he was the one who made her pregnant, according to the prosecutor in the court documents. They say, as horrific as this case appears to be, the brazen way this defendant has allegedly treated this girl after the sexual assault should make us wonder whether some of our judges have become too desensitized with their day-to-day job in the courtroom that they're not able to sense that certain cases call for extra steps, even at the pretrial stage, to protect apparent victims and the community in general. It almost sounds like they're begging. It almost sounds like the guys over at the editorial board at the Post are begging for the people over at the courthouse to think in terms of the safety of the community. Judges, please do a better job for the safety of the victims and the community. We know you have to strike a balance, ensuring a defendant's rights to fair trial and judicial process. We do also know it's your job to make calls that ultimately are aimed at keeping all of us safe. Thanks, Daily Post. Somebody needs to make about a jillion Xerox copies of it and paper the walls over at the courtroom, because I think you speak adequately for members of the community like myself and Brad that are tired of watching the revolving door out there. 888-8255-888-TALK. Bunch of stuff on the table of contents that we'll get around to getting around to as the program continues. Off the top of my head, a couple of interesting things. You want to talk about minimum wage? I can almost hear your eyes rolling. No! They're going to do that for all day. Get together at the Guam Chamber, Women's Chamber, is going to be discussing the minimum wage hike. And we've got a couple of bills, a couple of them that with minimum wage up for consideration. There was the one that Joe S. stuck in there, week and a half, 2 weeks ago? That proposes to raise the minimum wage on Guam, because there's all these people, they're stuck making minimum wage jobs and they're having a hard time getting by. You know why? Because the legislature and the government passed a bill that turned the business privilege tax from 4 to 5. And we're all going, what? Prices went up? You got to be kidding. How did that happen? The businesses are just supposed to pay the additional taxes. They're not supposed to pass that along to the customers. What a world, what a world. Anyway, so Joe S. wants to raise the minimum wage, and then you got Will Castro coming out with his interesting bill 142, and as mentioned, it's either a stroke of political genius or a significant kind of cover your buttery that we have heretofore never seen before. His would increase the minimum wage, but it would roll back the business privilege tax from 5 to 4. Oh, okay. Does that mathematically float everybody's boat? Is that what's going to happen, or is it as some had postulated yesterday? Yeah, must be getting close to re-election time. 6:58 and change. So they're going to get together and talk about this. I don't know. Do I have the dates and times? Yeah, June. Where is it? Sometime in the next few days. I'll get the date just in case you want to go. Joe Bradley will be there. Kate tonight, Gale's going to be there. Gary Hiles, Charlotte Huntsman, cousin James Martinez, and Mary Rhodes are all going to be there talking about and debating the topic of minimum wage here on Guam. So can I just tell you guys, I know you got to do it because you're the subject matters experts around here, but it's going to be a whole lot of hot air. And the 10 sponsors of this bill already over at the legislature? Yeah. That's re-election stuff, too. It ain't going to make any kind of difference at all. There's another interesting clipping that I'll share with you in the next hour or so, and maybe if you've got $30 million to spare, you might have an opportunity working with Gita to help support the construction of a new hole in the ground at the Lejeune Landfill Project. To tell you more about that, like I said, in the next hour of the Ray Gibson Show, 93.3 The Point, 7 o'clock in the morning. Kevin Kerrigan with a look at the news after Fox News. And his local news after the international news. I'll head him off at the pass. Markets are down this morning. The Dow off by over 200 points and more. Details right here.
evacuating, others recovering. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Historic flooding expected in Arkansas and Oklahoma. 2 levees already washed out as the water keeps rising. Fox's Matt Finn in Fort Smith, Arkansas.
City officials tell us this afternoon that they expect up to 1,000 homes to be affected or flooded by tomorrow when the Arkansas River is forecasted to crest at 42.5 feet. That's nearly double the flood stage and the highest river level this area has ever seen. A lot of debris has been collecting along this lock and dam and this bridge. Local police tell us if and when that debris breaks up is a concern.
This after the latest tornadoes in the central U.S. There have been dozens just since yesterday, hitting the Dayton, Ohio area hard overnight.
Oh, tremendous roar. I didn't know what it was at first. Opened up the window and I saw it coming at the house. Then the lights went out. And then the windows started smashing.
One man was killed, 81 years old, when a tornado threw a car onto his bed. Meantime, a foot of hail in Omaha. They cleared it with snowplows earlier today, while an early triple-digit heat wave continues in parts of the South. Back-to-back arraignments for attorney Michael Avenatti, who predicts full exoneration in 2 criminal cases. Fox's Gernal Scott has this live.
Lisa, Avenatti, as with his first arraignment, Avenatti did plead 100% not guilty when trying to extort Nike for millions in that second arraignment. As part of his conditions, he'll be restricted in his movements and will have to notify the court of where he's going. After court, he said he won't back down.
I intend on fighting these charges, and I look forward to a jury verdict in each of these cases.
Avenatti faces nearly 50 years in prison in the Nike case. His next appearance set for June. Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. This is Fox News.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler, Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
We have some really great home loan programs, but did you know we have great business loans too? Every day we're working with companies to purchase equipment, to buy or build properties, or make tenant improvements. We offer letters of credit, working capital, and term loans, and we make all of our credit decisions here. Commercial loans, commercial banking from Bank Pacific.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Viva Bank Pacific.
A precedent-setting trial gets underway in Oklahoma, where the state accuses Johnson & Johnson of helping to fuel the deadly opioid crisis.
The company's denied any wrongdoing, saying it acted responsibly. Other states have reached settlements with drug makers, though this trial could reveal documents and a testimony that shows exactly what companies knew about the addictiveness of opioids, which could also shape the outcomes of almost 1,500 opioid lawsuits filed by local, state, and tribal governments as a result of the crisis.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. A statement from Janssen Pharmaceuticals says their actions in the marketing and promotion of pain medications were appropriate and responsible, and that they're committed to being part of the ongoing dialogue to find ways to address the crisis. The U.S. House tries again to pass a disaster relief package, but it gets blocked again by a Republican lawmaker, Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massey, objecting to the unanimous consent vote on a $19 billion bill, while most lawmakers are on recess.
That is, if it's precedented, that is the definition of the swamp.
The bill was initially blocked Friday by Texas Congressman Chip Roy. He was upset in part that Senate Republicans agreed last week to drop border-related funding. That bill may be delayed now until after the full House returns next week. A new ranking of the most dangerous states in the U.S.
SafeHome.org ranked all 50 states along with the District of Columbia. They looked at things like crime frequency, amount of police to population. They were using data from 2017, just released by the FBI. If you're listening from New Mexico, you are in the most dangerous state in the country right now, according to this list. The South has 8 states in the top 10, while the Northeast skewing towards the safer end of this list. The safest state in America, by the way, is New Hampshire.
Fox's John Saucier. Rough start to a short week on Wall Street. The Dow today dropped 238 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
KFC KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
Get a half gallon of Minute Maid orange juice for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a half gallon of Dairy Gold milk for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a $7 meal for only $1.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Wednesday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Attorney General Levin Camacho has submitted GovGuam's opposition to a lawsuit over the enactment of the Guam Cannabis Industry Act. The lawsuit against the act was filed in district court by businessman and former senatorial candidate Zedfrey Linsagen. It seeks to overturn the recreational marijuana law on the grounds that the law violates Guam's Organic Act and federal law, which still lists marijuana as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substance Act. In his response filed yesterday, Attorney General Camacho argues that the Federal Controlled Substances Act does not preempt Guam law and actually allows states and territories to pass their own laws related to marijuana as long as those laws do not create a positive conflict with federal law. The AG argues that the courts don't view the relationship between state and federal marijuana laws as creating a legal conflict, nor did Congress intend for the Controlled Substances Act to displace all state and territorial laws. The Navy's Criminal Investigative Services is asking for the public's help in solving a copper wire theft that occurred 4 months ago and remains unsolved. And CIS Special Agent John Gibson telling the Guam Daily Post that they did not go public with the theft for some months because they've been following logical leads and wanted to keep the information confidential until they felt it was appropriate to ask for the public's help. The theft occurred back on January 27th at the Navy's Radio Barragata facility. When the facility suddenly lost power, a NAVFAC crew was sent out to inspect the area. There they found a manhole cover leading to the underground cables had been removed and copper wire pulled out of the manhole. A large dagger about 22 inches in length with a wavy blade was found at the scene. It's believed to have been used to cut the copper wire. Gibson said he hopes the knife is unique enough that someone may be able to identify the owner. The dollar value of the theft and the destruction of government property is estimated in excess of $40,000. A reward of $1,000 is now being offered to anyone with information that might lead to the arrest and prosecution of those involved. The Navy is not the only recent victim of copper wire thieves. In the past 2 months, the Guam Power Authority has responded to 12 cases of copper wire theft from homes, office buildings, and government properties. More news after this.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. Take Care Insurance has taken the next step on the well-worn path of procurement protest following last week's denial of its protest by the GovGuam Health Insurance Care negotiating team. Take Care appealed to the Office of Public Accountability. In its 93-page appeal filed with the OPA last Thursday, Take Care asks for the request for proposal at issue to be canceled or amended to remove the clause requiring offerors to include GRMC in their provider networks. Take Care's appeal asserts that the RFP will not result in the lowest cost option, is inconsistent with the Organic Act, and would eliminate competition and deny equal protection. It also cites Public Law 35-2 for being an improper delegation of authority. Take Care has requested a hearing date that has not yet been assigned. Governor Lulian Guerrero is pondering her choice for an 8th Superior Court of Guam judge. At least 5 people are under consideration, according to spokeswoman Janela Carrera. The Guam Bar Association recently conducted a survey among its members asking who would be the best choice, and Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan topped the list, followed by Dana Gutierrez, Anita Areola, John Terlahi, Alberto Tolentino, and Sofia Diaz. During her State of the Judiciary address, Chief Justice Catherine Merriman asked lawmakers to support the appointment of an 8th judge, saying the wheels of justice move a little slower because of the daunting caseloads faced by the 7 current Superior Court judges. Merriman said the additional judge will help eliminate the backlog and tackle the judiciary's complex caseload. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at the weather.
Yeah, we're going to have some weather today. Expect some thunderstorms in the process out there. It has everything to do with some stuff we'll show you on the satellite imagery. I don't actually have the thing in front of me, Mike, so... Wait, found. It's a very busy studio. Much clutter. Partly sunny, isolated showers, those thunderstorms I was mentioning. Winds east up to about 15 miles an hour. Highs 88 degrees, and overnight lows should be 79 degrees. Sunset tonight going to go down pretty at 6:43. Coming up tomorrow morning at about 5:52. And yeah, we can take a look not at the radar, but the satellite imagery, and give folks an idea of what things look like right now in the hood.
One way for the average person to know that there's a lot of moisture in the air is when the temperatures don't deviate very much from each other. In this case, we're looking at an 11-degree separation between temperatures, which is nothing. That is, I mean, that's just nothing. And that's what tells you we have some real moist air here at the surface. And if we get enough sunshine today, and it looks like we might, could see some heat index warnings pop up a little bit later on this afternoon. But for now, it's just going to be a real warm day. You can walk outside. You can feel it. Looking at satellite here, no widespread large-scale weather systems to affect us. Although I am kind of watching this cluster of stuff to the west, it could sneak on back over this way. Although we're getting easterly winds, I'm beginning to think that that's kind of a confusion of the different layers of air that we're looking through.
It's the vectors, man.
And that's what it is, yeah. And what we're actually looking at moving towards us are the upper-level clouds, which will give us no rain, but may block that sun and keep it a little cooler today. After today, it looks like things are going to dry out a bit, and we're going to get back to a more dry trade wind pattern. That means things may actually, though, not feel quite as hot because the air will not be quite as
I'll
moist.
take a little bit of dry air. I'd take that absolutely. 7:13 in the morning. Cold Stone Creamery ice cream cakes for graduation parties. Freshly made ice cream cakes feeding 25 to 50 people, customized with your grad high school colors or a special graduation theme. Give them a call, GPO 649-4800, the Micronesia Mall there, 633-8800, and they'll set you up with a graduation ice cream cake. News and weather together here on The Point.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data to Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data to Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
The Ray Gibson Show, 714, brought to you by our friends over at American President Lines, where they're shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. There's never been a better time to go solar. We've got solar and battery storage. This is a game changer. Really is. 632-2613 if you'd like a free consultation. Guam Regional Medical City, first choice for your specialty care needs. And Cars Plus, where they've got a huge Memorial Day sales event happening now. On-the-spot financing, low interest rates. Get to Cars Plus and Money today for your new Jeep, Ram, or Hyundai.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Well, I'd love to say that. Pam Duvall asking, would you say congratulations to my daughter Rosemary, who is graduating today? Absolutely. Congratulations to you there. Ed and Karen Untalan online. Ed and the guys over at First Hawaiian sponsor Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point. That's coming up in a second. What have we got? Lady D is online. Sonia Villagomez Uggan says, good morning. It's a beautiful day at the moment. Yeah, every day is a beautiful day. I'm telling you. I got Charlie Hermosa's online this morning. Carl Pangolina, are you back from the Conquer Adventure up in Saipan? Saw a lot of great pictures of a lot of goofing off, and glad to hear that the living beat the zombies. Isn't that great? Eunice Mendiola, I got pal John Wigston online, Bob Lizama, and Nate Horn says, oh, I'm okay with 3 strikes. If they really wanted to do something, they would buckle down and pass stricter laws instead of all of this feel-good legislation. We got a piece of feel-good legislation that's going out there at, what is this, an elder abuse bill. Elder abuse can include any violation of human rights, ranging from neglect and abandonment to physical, emotional, or financial abuse. Senator Amanda Shelton has proposed Bill 13-35, which would provide protection for Manumku from mistreatment by classifying such acts as felonies and punishing those who would harm the elderly. Problem is, you get the bill, and A, who's going to enforcement it? And B, even once we get the enforcement in there, what are the chances that a judge is just going to say, yeah, well, maybe we'll plea bargain out of that? There's a couple of those stories I'll share with you in a couple of minutes. So I'm with you. You know, we got the intention is in the right place, but you can add all the different laws that you want to, but it comes down to the enforcement of the law and the application of justice once it goes through the court systems, and that's been very, very disappointing lately. Pat Bumba's online, and what have we got? Congratulations, Rose, on your graduation. Have a blessed day. Sonia getting into the act, wishing Rosemary a happy graduation day. That's Pam's Rosemary. We'll take a look at what happened on the market right now. Dow has slid 150 points. Falling rates raise concerns about the economy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 200 points, giving up a 131-point gain from earlier in the day. S&P 500 off by about a percent as the consumer staples and utility sectors are lagging as well. NASDAQ off by about 0.5%, the S&P 500. And NASDAQ traded higher earlier in the session. Major indexes slid to their session lows in the last hour of trading. The drop in bank shares and rates comes after President Donald Trump said Monday the U.S. was, quote, not ready to make a deal with China, before adding he expected one in the future. Trump also said tariffs on Chinese imports could go up substantially. Trump, quote, is playing Game of Thrones with both foreign and domestic adversaries, according to the president of Yardeni Research. Since he is the president of the world's greatest economic and military power, he claimed that he will consummate lots of deals with them that will greatly benefit the U.S. in short order. The results have been mostly disappointing so far. All right, well, that's the news from the headlines. This CNBC, and I think they've got a bias against Trump just anyway. But, yeah, those are the numbers. Dow Jones at 25,347, off by 237 points. Barely a percent. NASDAQ at 7607. They're off by about 30 points. And the S&P 500, that index is at 2802, off by about 23 points. FTSE's going to be opening up in the red. Nikkei is up by 77 points. Hang Seng is at 27,390. Shanghai index, Shanghai market is up And as we look at the other markets today, a little bit of a rebound in West Texas crude, trading now at $59.06. Yesterday it was trading at $58.38, so not quite 75 cents worth of a gain, but a gain nonetheless. Tapis crude continues to move in the right direction for us. Yesterday trading at $72 and a penny, and today at $71 at 80 and 87 cents. So it is moving in the right direction as far as we are concerned, and maybe as we start taking a look at the rolling averages that the oil companies have to pay for Tapis crudes, maybe that could make a difference for us over at the pump. But
should have been lower already.
Don't hold your breath.
They had their chance yesterday.
We told them.
We told them.
Said no reason why I couldn't do this today. Hit it off at the pass. Eat at the same side of the table as the customers do. It would have been just A-okay and all right. But that's where we are in the business world, in the business community. As I said, folks in the Women's Chamber are going to be getting together in a few days to talk about the minimum wage hike that is going on, because there are not one but two measures taking place over at the 35th Guam Legislature. One of them that would propose an increase in the minimum wage with a rollback, though, on the business privilege tax, and then another one that Joe St. Augustine introduced that would just be the increase in the minimum wage, because he wants to pay it forward.
Yeah,
he wants to pay it forward. And then you got Roseanne Jones, and the university came out and said, yeah, it really doesn't make that much of a difference here, because most of the people that we're talking about are already doing better than these minimum wage that you are proposing. So it would have a minimal impact, which goes back to the Ray Gibson theme, which is if you want to have something that will have an impact on everybody, get rid of the liquid fuels tax increase that went into effect January last year. That gives all of us a break at the pump right now. Don't need to talk to the guys at the gas companies. That will give us a break almost immediately. And the second thing that you can do is roll back the business privilege tax from 5 to 4.
Yep.
Everybody, it will feel like everybody gets a raise, as long as the businesses roll back their prices.
And you know they will, right?
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
Money's out there. Do you have $30 million? Do you have $30 million?
Hang on a second. Let me check the petty cash.
Well, because if you got $30 million, there's an RFP out based on PL 35-21 that authorized the securing of $30 million so that we can build a $30 million hole in the ground up at Luzon.
Oh.
For all of the trash. That apparently we're not eating enough of it, so we have to store it someplace.
Cost $30 million to build a hole in the ground?
Kevin knows better where that money is going to be going, because you've been following
It's
this.
actually about $23 million, and it's twice the size of the previous holes they built.
Oh, it is.
And then the rest of the money is going to be needed for other ancillary projects.
Oh, but at Luzon, or is that
At
closing?
Luzon.
At Luzon, not ORDOT in that matter.
No, that's a separate finance.
But it's all money well spent.
Yeah, it's a $30 million hole in the ground.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm one of the guys that's going, if we can't eat the trash, let's burn the trash and see if there's something that we can make out of it. And I have my fingers crossed. I don't know where it's going to go, because normally you go into some of this legislation, and at first blush it looks kind of good. And so Tello wants to have like a round table where all of the stakeholders in the community will get together and figure out what it is that we're going to do with waste oil that we generate, oil that comes out of your car when your car's done with it, things like that, currently being burned by the Guam Power Authority. We actually make electricity out of some of that waste oil.
That's a pretty good idea.
And so, but when they close the plant where they're burning it so that they can open another plant, the new plant won't take that oil, which means that when you get an oil change, they'll take it out of the car, store it, and then charge you to ship it someplace where they will burn it.
That's not a good idea.
No, it's not. No, but if we're going to have the conversation about burning all that waste oil, then maybe we can have the conversation about burning some of the other stuff that will help us make electricity out of it.
I like the idea.
Yeah. So I'm hoping it goes in that direction. And finally, before we get to Jerry Roberts and today's extra point, if you're looking to make some money, those of you with soursop plants in the backyard.
Yeah.
Mayumi, I'm talking to you.
I'd like a list of the names of people, by the way, that have it. I'd like to get a couple of plants.
So my buddy Gerard Affleck, he lives out in Colorado, and he was doing some shopping, went to a store, and found a soursop plant. 4.095 pounds, if I'm looking at the picture right. And it's selling now for $49. This is a soursop plant. Right, so it's $50 for a soursop plant. I had one in the old house, and I couldn't eat it enough. I tried making ice cream out of it once, trying to figure out maybe I can use this to marinate, or there's got to be some other thing, And so you get the sour. It's tasty, but like I said, I couldn't eat it enough, and after a while, it just like the mangoes are going to fall on the ground. And, the pigs will get to it or something like that. But this guy in Colorado is thinking about forking out $50 for 4 pounds worth. And 4 pounds would be a small one, by the way. 4 pounds would be a little ditty guy.
And won't that still take about 7 years or something to flower and give fruit?
Well, it's not so much that. There are people that believe that the soursop plant has got anti-cancer properties. And so if you take the leaves and you steep them and you make some kind of a tea out of it, then it might help prevent or help you get through some of the cancery stuff. I don't know about the plant, but I'm telling you, it don't taste good enough to charge somebody $50 for 4 pounds worth of it. So I'm just going to leave that there, guys. If you like, if you think there might be a market, Gerard Affligui is on Facebook, and maybe he and some of the other Chamorros that are living out there have got a Jones on, a severe Jones on for soursop, and there might be a way that you can take junk that's in the backyard that you're not using, find a way to ship it out real fast, right? And so it doesn't go bad in the mail, and then sell it to them for $40. Right, it's cheaper than what you're going to get over at the Kroger's.
Can we do that? Can we ship stuff to the mainland?
Well, they ship ice to Guam all the time. We got crystal methamphetamine coming out of our ears through the post office. I don't see why we couldn't get something back on the other side. Just send the same box that the ice came in and put some soursop in it and send it to the guys and make some money on it.
I guess. Yeah.
726. I haven't worked out all the details, all the bugs in this business model, but there's something there, Jared.
Got to be something.
Hey, it's 726 in the morning. Ed and Karen on the line are already listening, saying, okay, that's fun, Ray. Get to the part where Jerry talks about us and the company. Jerry Robertson, this morning's Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
Are you afraid to speak up when you think your boss has made a mistake? A lot of people are. Today, we work through an issue that is an issue with a lot of workers and their managers. Next on the Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
Travel the world and then some with the 2 million United Mile sweepstakes from First Hawaiian Bank. Enter and you could win the grand prize of 1 million miles or be one of 6 other lucky winners. The world is big. Our prize is bigger. Enter at fhb.com/2 million miles. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Sweepstake starts on May 1st and ends June 30th, 2019. Open to legal residents of Guam and CNMI. Ages 18 years or older. Visit 2millionmiles.com for official rules. First Hawaiian Bank. Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
Okay, are you afraid to speak up and talk back to your boss? Question number 1. Have you ever worked or do you now work for someone you would never even think of correcting in any way, whether that's in front of others or in private? Question number 2, are you a manager who has a team of workers who never tell you when they think you're going in the wrong direction, or they never challenge you on a position that you take? Let me go a step further on this point. Have you ever had something go wrong and you later discover that one of your people recognized you were heading into trouble, but they didn't speak up and tell you? Well, there are usually 2 reasons workers won't stick their neck out to do this. One, it could be cultural. In their culture, people don't get in each other's face, or in their culture, workers would never speak that way to their boss. Reason 2 is that they're intimidated by the force of the boss's personality, and that fear keeps them from airing their opinion. They do feel that they would be sticking their neck out if they said something. We can solve this, and let's start with a manager. If that's you, I recommend that you establish that you're not just open to the idea of workers giving their opinion, but that it's your preference. Hey, gang, gather around here for a minute. Let's talk about something. You know, we're all in this together, and communication is really really important for our success. Do me a favor. If you see a better way to do something or you think I'm making a mistake with a decision, will you come to me and tell me? I've made mistakes before and I'm going to make more, so I need your help. If you see something, let me know and we'll talk it over. Will you promise me you'll do that? Something like that. Yeah, I know. There are a lot of managers who will never make a little speech like that, and I've worked for a few of them. If you are willing to get past ego and do this, don't expect every worker to feel comfortable right off the bat. It's going to be a process. If people do come forward, hear them out and discuss the issues. Thank them for telling you. The word will get around that you really do want to know what workers are thinking, and communication should improve. If you're the worker and you're nervous about having this kind of conversation with your manager, you could ask this kind of question. Boss, if I ever notice something that could be a problem for us, how would you like me to approach you? In most cases, the answer will be just tell me. When you do have something to speak up about, you can say, boss, hey, you remember you told me to just let you know if I felt there was a problem or a potential problem? Set up these important lines of communication before you need them, like now. Doing so will pay off for everybody. That's the extra point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First to Wine Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
That reminds me, your check is in Kevin's desk.
Can I break into it?
It's never locked.
Oh.
It's just one of those things. 888-825-5888-TLK. Very, very important stuff there. But it takes...
These conversations never take place.
It takes a special kind of employee to be able to go up to the boss and say, I think you're moving in the wrong direction.
But if the boss starts the conversation first and lays that out and says, it's okay, this is a free zone here. If you see me going in the wrong direction, please let me know. If the boss lays that groundwork first, the employees can follow along.
I'm fond of being the guy that has many times in my career said, "I told you so." I saw it coming. I didn't think it was a good idea. You keep moving in this direction. You do so at your own peril. And I don't want to fix it when you come to me and said, yeah, you were right, it's broken.
Yeah,
what do you want to do with it?
So tell me so up front before I get to that point.
But it does take a special kind of cojones to get that done. But if you really care about your boss, if you really care about the company that you work for, I think you'll find that spirit in you. You'll find that. Remember, courage is always rewarded.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. 7:31, that's Jerry Roberts in today's Extra Point. Time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, the old casino building at the Paseo, which was never removed and never torn down, is now being put back into service 2 years after its construction raised the ire of Guam's gambling opponents and led directly to passage of Senator Talina Nelson's bill banning all gambling at the carnival, which was unanimously approved by the 34th legislature. The 35th Guam legislature, however, and Governor Lulian Guerrero have now authorized the revival of games of chance to raise enough money for the 75th Liberation Carnival. Work began over the weekend to put the building back into shape for its originally intended purpose as a casino during this year's 75th Liberation Carnival. Last month, Mayor's Council of Guam Executive Director Angel Sablan told the Post that the structure would not be used for the House of Cards authorized by the recently approved rules and regs. It was given to the Hirao Academy, he said, for use as a Chamorro Learning Center. But yesterday, Sablan said the mayors made an arrangement with Hirao to use it. The unexpected move was prompted by the lack of time to construct an alternate facility, said Sablan. It's case closed for Grammy Award-winning singer Yvonne Elliman-Alexander and her husband, Alan Alexander. Judge Vern Paris of the Superior Court closed the couple's case yesterday during a hearing. Both defendants have successfully completed their probation in the drug case. The couple were arrested at the airport in August 2017 after arriving from Honolulu for a scheduled benefit concert here on Guam. A Guam Customs drug detection dog alerted agents to the couple's luggage. Inside, they found 3.5 grams of meth and 3.3 grams of marijuana. Ellerman Alexander is known for the #1 hit song, If I Can't Have You. 55-year-old Fang Onam Ukuk now has a ticket back home to Chuk. The homeless man has been sleeping at a bus stop in Jigo for the past 3 weeks. The parents of school children who use the stop have complained. UOG Associate Professor Ancito Walter telling the Guam Daily Post yesterday that Ukuk will depart for Chuk on June 16th, and his relatives will pick him up at the Chuk airport. According to the FSM consulate, Ukuk first came to Guam in 2002 and was unable to find housing after the death of one of his parents. When interviewed by the Post yesterday, Ukuk said he's been unable to stay with family here on island, and he said people who have passed him by have given him food and drinks and sometimes some money. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
7:34. That's iConnect time. Go to iConnect today and find out about the great plans that they've got for mobile and internet. Probably a very good chance that you're paying too much for your service. If you just need to make a phone call, get a text, hit WhatsApp and Facebook every once in a while, you don't need all kinds of king of the bandwidth plans, and they've got some that will work just right for you at iConnect. Call them at 888-8888.
The Crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the Crazy 19 menu at King's.
In illness and in wellness, Calvo's Select Care is health care that is there for you. That's why over 80% of the Guam medical community places their trust and insures with us. We offer our members wellness and fitness programs for a healthier lifestyle and provide a comprehensive medical network on and off island to help members from unexpected illnesses. Contact Calvo's Select Care today for more information.
7:36. Sorry, just singing to myself here in the morning show here at 93.3 The Point. Time to take a look at what's going on with the traffic gizmo. And, there's a whole lot less by way of schools that are open today, so there's a whole lot less to slow you down on the road. Not a whole lot of bus traffic. Jigo into Upper Tumon from Dedido and the Lower Tumon area looking pretty good right now. Route 8 looking clear. 4 is looking awesome. Might see a little bit of a delay at the intersection over by 76 Circle K traffic. Up the hill and down the hill, moving slow because there's an intersection there, and there's a lot of people on the road as well at this time, but not crazy. Nothing major in front of Navy Hospital, and things are actually looking pretty clear right up till you get to the gate over at Big Navy in Sumai. So enjoy the drive. 7:36 in the morning. That's right now traffic on the point. Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968. What are you turning it down for? Wait, I'm not starting to talk yet. I'm drinking my coffee. All right, I'm there. I'm prepared now for another at least 22 minutes of yak between now and 8 o'clock this morning. And note here from my buddy, where's this come from? Is this James Howard that sent this through here? It's a somebody he'd seen somewhere and clipped it and stuck it up here. He says, give this to Jerry Roberts. And it's a picture of Richard Branson. Train people well enough so that they can leave. Treat them well enough so they don't want to. Take care of your employees, and they will take care of your business. It's as simple as that. Loyal employees are assets, not liabilities. Boy, there's something to be said about that. I don't know that I could riff too much off of something that makes as much sense as that by Richard Branson. But the fact of the matter is, there are a lot of bosses out there that look at employees, whether we're talking about high-end jobs and low-end scale jobs, and minimum wage guys, just people that are going through the system. I got to pay them. So they got to work. And fact of the matter is, you get some people really can bring a lot of light to your shop, your office, if you just take a reasonable amount of care with them. 7:38 in the morning, and as has been pointed out, a whole much less traffic on the roadways because today is either the first day of the summer break for a lot of students or the last day of school for others. Today, Harry S. Truman Elementary School, Inarahan Elementary, LBJ Elementary, Marshall Sablon Elementary, Mauricio Marchers, and Price Elementary, Inarahan Middle School, Louis Entalon Middle School, Ocean View Middle School, and Ukadu High School are all today celebrating the last day of school. Last day of school. Do you remember that? Did you grow up at a time where last day of school was the reckoning? Well, because you knew, there were all these guys got all these pent-up issues. Dude, last day of school, gonna fight you in the parking lot. That's the way it was when I was growing up. Last day of school in a bunch of places could be among the most dangerous when I was a kid. I don't know if it's the same now. I don't know if the kids have got the same problems and the same attitude about things like that as I did.
Senior skip day.
Senior skip day. Have we resolved that yet?
Not yet.
It's still, so far as we know, there are no appeals, right?
Not that I've heard of, no.
Yeah. So the parents are just dealing with it?
Well, apparently they've complained at the school level, but the appeals haven't risen to
John Fernandez level.
Yeah.
But we haven't heard of the appeals having any kind of impact so far, right?
Not yet.
So we still got a bunch of kids that obviously having a hard time of things and skipping out, even though somebody probably told them they shouldn't do that, and they went and did it anyway. Charlene Marchessault on the line yesterday telling me about National Hamburger Day, and the folks over at Chili's decided to do a buy one, get one free, and I wanted to find out how the turnout was, and she says, great turnout. Thank you for your help, and sorry you couldn't make it. I had a lunch, I had a meeting. It wasn't meant to be a lunch meeting. It started at 11, and I was thinking, okay, as soon as I'm done with this meeting, that's it. I'm going to go and hit the place and do one of those buy one, get one deals, and it's not like I had anybody to take with me. I just figured I'd eat one there and take the other one home. Didn't work out that way, so I missed it. There's always next year, right? As a matter of fact, there is. We'll see how that plays out. 888-8255-888-TALK. And there needs to be on days where we either have, I don't know, just a bunch of news. You're going, okay, well, that's an interesting story. That's interesting. Where's the good news? Give me some good news. Simon Sanchez on the line with good news. Commissioner Sanchez.
Hey, Ray. Good morning. Buenas.
Buenas.
People go on.
Zen Havade. So here it is. This, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest news that you're going to hear today, this is the one that's going to make you feel good. Almost as good as the day that I told you it was okay to leave the chicken skin on the chickens.
Is it my turn now?
What, did you miss that morning?
No. That's the one morning I think I've missed.
The gist of it is the gist of the story is that they've done some research. For the last, 30 years, they've been telling us if you want to eat healthy, take the skin off your chicken. Somebody finally did some checking around and found out the skin only counts for about 25 calories or something stupid like that. And chances were that you were replacing the flavor and those calories with something with even more salt and more flavor, more calories. So they just said it doesn't make that much of a difference. It's like increasing the minimum wage where people are already making that kind of dough anyway. It has no effect, no impact. So go ahead and leave the chicken, the skin on the chicken when you fry it, when you bake it.
Those damn experts.
Yep.
They keep changing their mind.
I know. I don't know. As long as beer is still legal.
I believe it is.
Then that's good news. Anyway, the big, oh my God, I can't believe how happy we are because it's here. Good news from Simon Sanchez and the Guam Power Authority.
Well, last night, John Beneventi presented, twice a year we have to adjust the fuel price, right? We adjusted in February and we adjusted in August. And we have to get the permission of the PUC for any adjustment. So last night, John Beneventi presented his recommendation to the CCU not to increase the LEAC rate in August, when is this next scheduled increase. Hold it steady. Right now, you're paying about 15.6 cents a kilowatt hour for fuel. The fuel probably is somewhere between 60 and 70% of your bill, depending on your utilization. And that rate is going to remain in place. From a year ago, it has not moved. So as you know, oil prices have risen significantly in the past year and a half.
I've been telling you.
I remember when gas here in Guam in January of 2018 was in the high threes, the 370, 380. We were all happy, right? Because oil had fallen. Well, now it's back in the low mid fours again. But GPA has held the LEAC since last May, GPA, CCU, PUC, and we're not recommending that it be changed. So that means if it's approved by the PUC, we will go from May 2016 to February 2020, almost 2 years, without raising the LEAC. And how are we able to do this? Well, over the years, at the recommendation of the rating agencies and our own understanding of the way businesses work, we have built up a little bit of working capital. And so right now we should be passing on a $9 million increase to ratepayers. In fact, for the past year, we should have passed it on. Yeah. But we're delaying some CIPs, and we're using the working capital as a hedge against these rising fuel prices on the hope that in the next 8 months, if oil prices fall and you keep the LEAC steady, we actually will get the under recovery from fuel savings and not from ratepayers. So bottom line is we are not raising the LEAC August 1. We will send that proposal to the PUC. I'd be super surprised if they said raise the LEAC. Now they could still lower the rate, but then they would have to wrestle with that under recovery. And right now we're going to use our cash reserves to cover that under recovery and not pass it on to ratepayers, and hold the fuel price, the fuel rate, till next February, which will be about 22 months, in which we will have no changes in your LEAC rate, even though oil is going up and down like crazy. So that's the good news, and just wanted to make sure we shared it with the ratepayers.
I got you. I like the idea. So nothing going to be happening in August. Again, we'll take a look at it in February or January of 2020 and see what happens there with the price. But if it goes up, well, then it's got to be, obviously the ratepayers are going to have to pay a little bit extra at that time. But if it goes down, you said.
Well, one thing that happens if oil goes down in the next 8 months, then if we're collecting from the ratepayer the same rate, but our cost of fuel goes down, then there's some savings, right? Yeah. And that savings, even though we hold the rate steady for the ratepayers, the savings, because oil is cheaper, is how we'll get our under recovery back. We'll get it back from falling oil prices.
I see. Okay.
Not by raising the LEAC on ratepayers. That's what we've been trying to do for the last year and a half, is to hold off, use our working capital, hold off on passing on complete 100% recovery of the LEAC rate for ratepayers, and carry a little bit on behalf of the ratepayers. And we've been as high as $18 million under recovery, and now that's down to $9 million under recovery. And a little bit that happened a little bit because of what I've described. When the market fell and we held the rate steady, we got some of that money back, but we didn't have to raise the rate on the ratepayer. We took advantage of the market prices falling. But as you cover every day, who knows what oil's going to do?
Sure.
But we are confident enough to say until next February, don't raise the LEAC. We'll work with it. We'll make it happen.
Is there an impact in the conversation about the price of oil? I mean, 15.154242, I think, is what the published kilowatt hour rate is right now. Is there an impact of the renewables that are out there, the solar, the tiny bit of wind that we're doing right now, et cetera, that has an impact and makes that recovery feel a little bit more realistic? Okay, this is a success, because we're not buying as much oil if we're using more solar and renewables.
Yeah, I would say the impact of solar right now is minimal, but as the net metering customers continue to add, and as we add those large utility scale solar plants that we have awarded, the 120 megawatts at 8 cents a kilowatt hour, not 15.5 cents a kilowatt hour. Mm-hmm. When we get those babies online in 2020, as John Beneventi and we've been presented a number of times, we're going to save 1 million barrels of oil a year when the new generator is turned on and those new solar farms are turned on. That's how much. And then we should save somewhere around $20 million a year, $20 to $30 million a year in fuel savings once the new generator, which is more fuel efficient, and the new solar farms are online in the next 3 years. That's the goal, to get those 3 projects creating energy. Then you're going to see a much more significant drop in the LEAC after that. And that's what we're all shooting for. You know, the oil is 2/3 of your power bill. And you can beat up the 1/3 all you want, but you better beat up the 2/3 more, because that's where the real bang for the buck is. So that's why we're beating up oil. We get a new generator that is more fuel efficient and burns less oil than Cabris 1 and 2. We get a new generator that will allow us to add more renewables. We wrote the bill with Senator Pangilinan to get the 25% renewables, which we're going to exceed, and now we're supporting Senator Shelton's amendment of that law to take us to 50%. We want to get to 50% by 2030. So we're working to get Guam collectively to use less and less oil. And the big move is going to occur when that new generator gets turned on and those 2 new solar farms get turned on. And that's a few years from now, but like anything else, to get there, you got to start. And we've awarded the contracts. We're going to see what the new generator will come in at, and we'll wait to see what the bids are. And then, as we've done for the last 20 years, we've had very successful public-private partnerships that have ended load shedding, provided more reliable power. And this new partner will run a gas generator for us. The generator can burn 2 fuels, ultra-low sulfur diesel and liquid natural gas. We don't have permission to build a liquid natural gas tank facility yet. We did ask, we were denied, but there's no point having a tank facility if you don't have a generator that can burn the fuel. So first we'll build the generator. And all the approvals, we got the approval of the legislature for the land, we got the approval from the PUC to move forward, you got the approval from the CCU to put out the bids. And the bids, I believe, are going to be submitted at the end of this month. And there's 3 bidders left, and then GPA and the team beats it up, opens up the envelopes, starts looking at, who's the best partner and at what price. And then we will start to build that generator. But the real key is that generator and everything we do to add solar, renewable assets. We're adding our new battery by the end of the year. The new solar contracts have battery storage with them. The individual customers that are building their own systems, like MRE and Bill Hagan and those, they're adding battery storage to their customers. So the revolution is continuing at different levels. We're at the utility scale, but we're putting in position assets that will reduce the amount of oil we burn. And by reducing the amount of oil we burn, we reduce the cost of the LEAC. And that's good news for everybody.
I'm happy that we've got that here. A couple of other things and points that are being made on Facebook Live. Lady D says they're just trying to keep their necks off the chopping block. This is all regularly scheduled timing. You didn't come out of this as a result. Come out with this and this news as a result of the pay raise and the rescinding of the pay raise issue.
Correct. We have to submit to the PUC 60 days before August. We have always discussed the LEAC in May and submitted it in June, and that's been going on since 2000. Actually, that's been going on since the 90s.
I just know that, that's what people are going to say. So I bring it out.
I know. Fake news. But I mean, let's be real. I mean, no, this was done because we have successfully used the LEAC for 30 years to make sure Guam has enough oil to provide power, and we've been able to pay for that oil over the last 30 years using the LEAC. So whatever you think about us personally, the LEAC mechanism has worked successfully. Hawaii does the LEAC monthly. Kauai does it quarterly. No matter who you are, you need a mechanism to recover your variable costs in fuel. Everyone has some sort of mechanism. We didn't think of it this week because Judge Klitsky's upset.
Oh, it's been a long time.
So I mean, come on, folks. Really?
Let me get into a couple of other subjects. You and I have gone over this a while. I guess Tello's got a bill at the legislature which would create a task force focused on addressing the disposal of almost 2 million gallons of used oil every year. Do you know whether or not the Power Authority and the CCU is going to be a part of that task force?
I haven't read the bill. I know I've chatted briefly with the senator, and I mean, a bill to create a task force, you don't really need a bill. The governor could create a task force. Senator could create a task force just because, she's a senator. But if she wants to do it that way, fine, we'll participate. We have put out a bid for dealing with our own used oil and waste oil from our fleet and the byproducts of the generators that we have. They have some used oil that results. So we put out a bid hoping we'll find a private partner to burn our oil. Now, behind that logic is if that idea works, maybe we can translate that into a solution for the entire community. But in case there is no solution from the community, GPA at least right now is worried about, well, what about the waste oil we generate? How are we going to deal with it? But I'm with John B. I believe by coming up with the solution for GPA's waste oil, it'll become a solution for the community's used oil, waste oil. And it'll be good, and we want to do that. So, Senator Titagui, we're all on the same page. We want to solve this problem. She was kind enough to work with us when she first introduced her bill earlier in the year. There was sort of a misunderstanding. We all got on the same page. Now she realizes that this is a problem. She wants to do a task force. We'll support it. We'll participate if she wants us to. Meanwhile, we are working on a solution for our own sake, just in case, because we have to.
Does the solution for your own sake turn the oil into electricity?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like you're doing now.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'd like to see. Maybe on another scale where we take oil and old tires, old newspapers and stick them all someplace where we burn them up and we can make electricity all day.
Well, the waste to energy piece, at least the preliminary analysis was, now that we have good tonnage report, the receiver was able to organize it. So from the 90 tons a day that we generate of trash, we think we can make 6 to 9 megawatts of energy with the trash. But, I know the governor's expressed some concerns about adding toxins to the environment. There's some issues.
We just had a fire up on Route 8 the other night that poured more toxins into the environment than anything GPA has done in the last 30 years.
Well, again, people have concerns about any solution that you have. And so we know, but the trade-off is you have toxins, but you have the trade-off of building a hole every 10 years for 20 or 30 million. And how do you trade that off as policymakers, as governors and senators in the community? That's what we're kicking around. And it, I don't fault anyone for having concerns, but the question is, so what do we want to do? If we do nothing, we're digging a hole at 20 to 30 million bucks a hole every 10 or 12 years.
Well, eventually you run out of places to build holes, to dig holes.
That's the problem that I see. So I hope we'll have a nice discussion about it. But again, it's still all moot, and I know you've talked about it. Right now there's litigation involving the current license holder suing Guam because he doesn't like our decisions on prohibiting it, which were really based on prohibiting a contract that everyone, or just about everyone, agreed was not in the best interest of the community, and that's why it's been blocked so consistently for 20 plus years.
Well, I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see the EPA is in on this task force, as is the Office of the Attorney General, because it's possible the Office of the Attorney General might be able to whisper some legal mumbo jumbo over it and find a way out from under the litigation, and then it's 8 people over at the legislature that would create an atmosphere where we don't where we can roll back an old incinerator ban legislation, and then we can all move forward with what sounds like a decent conversation. Si, I got to let you run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
All right. Thanks for the coverage, Ray. Have a great day.
No, appreciate it. Glad to pass along the good news. For no other reason, they haven't raised the actual electricity rates on Guam. That's still the same. The only thing that changes is the fuel surcharge. And the good news here is that what you are paying for your fuel surcharge right now is the same as what it was before. And then they'll have another conversation in January. And if the numbers look as stable as they are, well, then great. We can keep them the way they are. And if not, we'll keep them the way they are. But use that to recover the hedge money that is going in to support that now. 7:56 in the morning. That was Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Yeah, I know, because I can read your mind. I know what you're thinking. And there's a couple of people on the Facebook Live going, aha, that's what they're trying to do, is they're trying to get out from under the controversy, stepping out of the puddle that was the let's give everybody at GPA and GWA a raise, and doing it illegally. The timing is suspect, but the timing is what the timing is. We got the attention of the CCU community. That was the goal. We raise our voices, and they will listen. Remember this day and repeat when needed. Richard Leon says, Telo Taitagui bill supported by Simon Sanchez. Public doesn't hear outside consultations in involvement. Well, it's still kind of early in the process. We'll wait and see. I don't know what could the arguments be right now. Are we so flush with cash that every once in a while we're going to have to go out and take a $30 million loan? I see that's a problem. Is we throw out millions and millions. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and there's other that can be done with $30 million to help clean this place up around here. Oh, speaking of cleanup, do I have it? I think I've got it queued up and ready to go. I got a note from Crystal Paco over at the governor's office, and I guess it's an invitation, a video invitation, friends, from Josh Tenorio. You might know him. He's the current Lieutenant Governor of the Territory of Guam, inviting everybody to participate in an island-wide cleanup. Here it comes.
Hafa de Guam, as part of the preparation for our 75th liberation, the employees of the various government departments and agencies, together with our island mayors, will be doing an island-wide cleanup. We invite each and every one of you to rise up and join us on Saturday, June 1st, starting at 6 a.m. to clean up our major roadways throughout the island. If your group or organization would like to help, contact our Island-Wide Beautification Task Force at 475-9383 or email us at ibtf@guam.gov. Rise up, Guam, and see you then.
Rise up. And then what I want to do is we'll make it so that we got armed security at all of these places that are going to get cleaned up. And if somebody throws as much as a napkin out the window, we have that should be lethal force. Has been approved, and do everything that we can to keep this place done. I'm sad to hear that the cleanup that they did at Ramirez Street up in Jigo, over 100 bags of trash that had been taken out of the place, and already there's a bunch of yahoos that have gone out there and started trashing the place all over again. That's why we can't have anything nice. What's it going to take, everybody? Are we going to continue to do cleanups, or is there going to be one of these days actual enforcement of some of the littering and dumping laws that we've got in this town? 8 o'clock in the morning, the radio station is KUSG Aganya. Stand by for Fox News Live coming up next.
Surveying the damage. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. At least 75 homes damaged after a series of powerful tornadoes touched down in Ohio. One person was killed, at least 130 others hurt.
The National Weather Service now confirms that at least 2 of the tornadoes that touched down here in the Dayton area reached a 3 out of 5 on the enhanced Fujita scale. So very significant tornadoes that have been touching down around here. And you had more than 50 that popped up in this line of storms that formed up around the nation's midsection. So it just stands to reason that some of them are going to hit population centers or residential areas like Harrison Township here.
Fox's Mike Tobin in Harrison Township, Ohio. Meanwhile, floodwaters continue to rise in parts of Arkansas.
City officials tell us they expect up to 1,000 homes to be affected or flooded by the time the Arkansas River crests here at 42 feet tomorrow. That forecast is the highest river level this area has ever seen and double the flood stage.
Fox's Matt Finn in Fort Smith. The lawyer who once represented an adult film star in a lawsuit against President Trump with 2 court appearances for criminal cases. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Lisa, Michael Avenatti pleaded not guilty in both hearings today. His first was connected to wire fraud and identity theft allegations from representing Stormy Daniels. His second dealt with extortion charges for allegedly trying to get Nike to pay him millions to avoid bad publicity. After his appearances, Avenatti said he's confident.
When a jury of my peers passes judgment on my conduct, that justice will be done and I will be fully exonerated.
He remains free, but his travel will be restricted. In the Daniels case, he can't contact her without an attorney, Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. The Dow fell 237 points. The NASDAQ off 29. The S&P lost 23. This is Fox News.
Let's go for a drive.
Let's take a stroll. Let's gallivant. Let's go cruising.
We all have different ways to describe how we get up and go in our cars. But whatever you may call it, you can do more of it when you save 6% off your fuel purchases at any Shell station when you use your eligible Bank of Guam Visa and MasterCard credit cards. So stop by any Guam or CNMI Shell station and start saving today. Visit bankofguam.com for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Bank of Guam, the People's Bank. Member FDIC.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Investigators in Indiana releasing few details after human remains are found in a suitcase.
It's a mystery in Indianapolis after several people walking near a creek discovered a suitcase. Police were called after one of those passersby peeked inside and found human remains. Homicide detectives have not said whether the remains are that of a man or a woman. The coroner's office is attempting to determine the identity of the deceased. The cause of death has also not been determined, and investigators have not named any suspects. Tom Graham, Fox News.
A college student has pled guilty to sneaking into Mar-a-Lago last fall while President Trump was there. University of Wisconsin student Mark Lindblom apologized and received a year's probation after prosecutors agreed he meant no harm. Lindblom had been visiting his grandparents at a neighboring resort when he stood in line with members who were waiting to get through. He went through a metal detector and entered, but was later confronted by Secret Service agents. The number of diabetes cases in the country is down, but there is part of the research that scientists say doesn't make sense.
New federal data shows new diabetes cases on the decline for close to a decade now. 1.3 million in 2017, down from 1.7 million in 2009. But obesity rates keep climbing, and that's usually linked to more diabetes. The report's lead author of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says they don't know for sure what's happening, suggesting it could be changes in test procedures, more pre-diabetics changing their behavior, or past changes in what counts as diabetic causing a spike that has since flattened out. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Netflix saying it'll rethink its entire investment in the state of Georgia if the state's recently passed abortion law goes into effect. Chief Content Officer Ted Sarandos made the remarks today. He says the company has too many women working for it in Georgia whose rights will be severely restricted by the law, and said the company will help the ACLU contest it in court. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Join Ray Gibson as he celebrates 40 years on the air.
40 years already? Hi, I'm doing the big broadcast from BMW's brand new showroom at Atkins Kroll, and I want you to join in on the fun. Come on by and see us do the show live and in person. And since it's a party, we've got all kinds of super goodies to give away. United Airlines is letting me give away 2 tickets to Japan. And your next trip to the Philippines, we've got your hotel accommodations covered with goodies from Resort World Manila. It's been a great ride, and this is a great excuse to get caught up with some of our favorite guests and friends of the show.
Ray Gibson's 40th anniversary show is brought to you by AK BMW and Shooting Star Productions, with special thanks to United Airlines and Resorts World Manila.
Tune in Friday, June 7th, or check out the Points Facebook live feed, provided and produced by Shooting Star Productions.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data to Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data to Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Wednesday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. The Consolidated Commission on Utilities last night voting to leave the fuel adjustment charge where it is, unchanged at 15 cents per kilowatt hour. The fuel recovery charge, known as the LEAC, will remain the same through January 2020. GPA General Manager John Benavente said he expects to manage the recovery of the fuel costs for the next 6 months through January of next year without raising the LEAC rate on customers' monthly bills. Benavente said GPA will continue to explore other opportunities to reduce operating costs. The Navy's Criminal Investigative Services is asking for the public's help in solving a copper wire theft that occurred 4 months ago and remains unsolved. NCIS Special Agent John Gibson telling the Guam Daily Post that they didn't go public with the theft for some months because they've been following logical leads and wanted to keep the information confidential until they felt it was appropriate to ask for the public's help. The theft happened back on January 27th at the Navy's Radio Barragana facility. When the facility suddenly lost power, a NAVFAC crew was sent out to inspect the area. There they found a manhole cover leading to the underground cables had been removed and copper wire pulled out of the manhole. A large dagger about 22 inches in length with a wavy blade was found at the scene. It's believed to have been used to cut the copper wire. Gibson said He hopes the knife is unique enough that someone will recognize it and be able to identify the owner. The dollar value of the theft and the destruction of government property is estimated to be in excess of $40,000. A reward of $1,000 is now being offered by the Navy to anyone with information that might lead to the arrest and prosecution of those involved. The Navy's not the only recent victim of copper wire thieves. In the past 2 months, the Guam Power Authority has responded to 12 cases of copper wire theft from homes, office buildings, and government properties. More news after this.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap. How would you like it? I'll take my ex-girlfriend, just checking in. Aw.
Hey, David, it's me. Just checking in. I'm doing great. Just got the new Sweet and Smoky Steak and Guac Signature Wrap from Subway. Creamy guacamole, smoky sweet Wahio mesquite sauce, and double the tender steak. They just know what I want before I do. So, yeah, things are going pretty great for me. Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Double meat based on average 6-inch sub. Okay, bye.
Let's see now. Fast, easy, affordable. That's the best way to describe my home loan at Bank Pacific. Fast, because we give quick decisions. Easy, because we've cut back on the paperwork. Affordable, because today's home loan rates are still so low. So see us today to refinance or consolidate, or to buy or build your new home and save yourself some money.
Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Viva Bank Pacific.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. It's case closed for Grammy Award-winning singer Yvonne Elliman and her husband, Alan Alexander. The couple was arrested at the airport in August 2017 after arriving from Honolulu for a scheduled benefit concert here on Guam. Guam Customs drug detection dog alerted agents to the couple's luggage. Inside, they found 3.5 grams of meth and 3.3 grams of marijuana. Superior Court Judge Vern Paris yesterday closed the couple's case during a progress hearing after both defendants had completed their probation in the drug case. In March 2018, they were sentenced to 14 days in prison to be served in Hawaii, where they live. The pair has since completed their drug counseling sessions. Elliman Alexander is known for the #1 hit song, If I Can't Have You. 3 men are facing allegations that they attacked and robbed a man sleeping on a bench at Fort Apugan, which overlooks Sagana next to the governor's mansion. According to the magistrate complaint, the attack occurred at 3 a.m. yesterday morning. The victim says 3 men woke him up. He told them to leave him alone and then tried to walk away, but he says they attacked him, took money from his wallet, grabbed his necklace and other items, and then fled in a Toyota Lexus. Guam police soon found the Lexus. Inside was the necklace and a hat belonging to the victim. The 3 suspects, who the victim positively identified, were then arrested. They are 18-year-old Goodley Philippus, 32-year-old Santi Kansu, and 24-year-old Yea TK Phileas. The magistrate report states that Kansu and Philippus both appeared intoxicated when they were arrested. The trio has now been charged with third-degree robbery, assault, and theft. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
You know, as is usually the case with some of these criminals and the criminal masterminds that we have around here, they're claiming they went to the guy to tell him it wasn't a good place to sleep, and then ended up stealing his necklace in his car.
So it goes.
8:12 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. How
You'd
about
think
that?
if he had money in his pocket, he could find a place to sleep.
God, driving around in a Lexus car?
Hello. I don't know, man.
It wasn't his Lexus. It was the trio's Lexus.
It was their Lexus.
Yeah.
Who drives a Lexus and then goes and robs people?
That's a good question.
Lexus is a
Wonder
little,
they got it.
a little pricey car, ain't it?
Partly sunny with isolated showers. There's thunderstorms today. Winds east up to about 15 miles an hour. Expect highs today to be around 88 degrees. Michael Knight says it's going to be hotter than that. Lows around 79 degrees as well. Sunset tonight, 6:43, and we'll watch the sunrise at about 5:52 tomorrow morning. We'll take a look at the satellite imagery right now, give you an idea why Mike thinks it's going to be sunny later on and warm.
Yeah, I don't see any large-scale systems to bring any cloud cover to us, and if you walk outside right now, you can feel it's already hot. It's already very humid. The Weather Service may update their forecasts later. Still no mention of a heat index, but I think if we don't get some clouds and some showers in here today, like we are supposed to, then we could see some heat index issues. Looks like we're going to have some high clouds passing over us from the west. That'll kind of help dim the sun just a little bit, but it'll still be out there. And we're just waiting for the day really to get cranked up so that some of these trade wind showers can go ahead and form over the water and then move over the island. Unfortunately, we don't have radar this morning, so I can't tell you if they're out there or not.
It's not our fault. It's not our fault. We didn't break it.
No, it's routine maintenance, actually. It'll be down till tomorrow. I checked the status message. Right. And so what they're really doing is they're just doing a little fine-tuning to make sure it is ready for when they really need it.
Gotcha. It's 8:13 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Okay, I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, we're on Route 1 and near the airport intersection, right?
There, see it? What's the promo code? Look for the promo code.
Check out the Vantage Digital Billboard and reap the rewards. Catch the promo code on the screen and get $10 off your stroll ride by inputting the promo code on the Stroll Guam app.
Did you see it?
You got it. I got it. You just focus on driving.
Take advantage today and take a look at Vantage Advertising's digital billboard located on Route 1 at the airport intersection.
I got you completely. 8:14 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by Wendy's. Upgrade from basic with 3 new sandwiches. Wendy's made to crave menu. The barbecue chicken sandwich. They've got an avocado BLT. Ooh, I like the way that sounds. There's a word for it, and I don't know what it is. That feeling you get when you can feel the salivary glands start to tingle on your tongue. I'm having that right now while I'm thinking about the avocado BLT chicken sandwich and the sauce and bacon chicken sandwich at Wendy's. They got you. Also being brought to you by American President Lines. They're shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. There's never been a better time to go solar. We've got solar and battery storage available out in Guam now. 632-2613 for your free consultation. And GRMC, first choice for all of your specialty care needs.
If you're driving, chances are you'll need gas soon. And by the growl in your tummy, a trip to the grocery store too. But don't just buy gas and groceries without getting double miles. Instead, apply for the new United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank and start earning double miles towards your next trip. Gas, groceries, getaway. With the new United credit card, apply at FHB.com. First Hawaiian Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing lender. Additional terms, conditions, and restrictions apply.
Portions of the program also brought to you by Security Title. Visit Ron and Kim and show them your plans to become a real estate mogul in this town. And they'll walk you through some of the complicated stuff. Also brought to you by Take Care Insurance and Cars Plus, where they've got a huge Memorial Day sale going on right now. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, get to Cars Plus today through May 31st. A huge Memorial Day sales event.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I get you there. It's, what is it, 8:16 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Waiting for somebody to come up and get me some numbers. I am looking for the bingo jackpots. I haven't seen it on Flipper Channel because I don't have cable anymore. But what are the bingo jackpot numbers? They've got a Tuesday draw and a Thursday draw and a big deal on Saturdays. And last time I looked, one of them was up around $18 million. I haven't heard of anybody winning, so I'm sure that those numbers went up.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens, right? I mean, that's why kind of everybody doesn't want anybody to win. You know, just
Mega Millions jackpot in the States.
I secretly won. I'm just not telling you.
The Mega Millions jackpot is up to now $418 million.
Wow!
Right?
418. Huh?
That's serious dough. And then the Powerball that they have is $325 million right now.
Ooh.
Solve a lot of problems with that kind of thing, and unfortunately, it's probably one of those things where we're not allowed to play, even though we're from here.
Mm-hmm.
Even though that we're in the United States of America.
Wouldn't that be such a buzzkill if you ended up winning and then you get all the way there and they're like, "Oh, you're ineligible."
You mean you can't? You can buy
If
I
you
think
can
we have to be
ticket.
there. I think we have to be there,
Well,
don't
go
we?
back and get a ticket. You know,
Well,
it'd be worth it
now
to
here's
win
the thing: if you have a friend that lives where you can buy the tickets, you can send them the money or offer to split it. Of course, it's kind of silly to
you don't have
split
to live
$5,
there to win.
but
I do have a lot of friends and acquaintances in that part of the country. I could merely look at my Facebook feed and find people that are near the $418 million jackpot and ask them to run down to the Piggly Wiggly or to the gas station and pick up a deal for me. Here's, I'll send you $20 and buy as many scratchers as you can. But what are the chances if I won that they'd tell me? Huh? Or they go, oh, no, that was
we'll
my
split it
ticket.
50-50.
Yeah, no, I those weren't your numbers. Those were, your numbers were losing numbers.
Yeah,
my
I
numbers
bought
were
it,
the
so
winning
I
numbers.
get half.
Yeah.
With my money, I bought those tickets.
But see, that's the thing. You would know if they were your really friends, and they'll be like, "Hey, I'm sorry. Listen
not
about
how
that.
I want to find out whether
you
or not
didn't
these
win
people are my
anything,
friends.
but funny enough, I happened to win. So
suddenly
just
there's
letting you
a
know.
change of address and all.
Mm-hmm.
That.
I always
They're
thought I
not
was
friends anymore.
I always thought I was getting a good deal when I was a little kid. We watched the Texas Lottery, at 10 o'clock at night. And my dad would always tell, no matter what the jackpot was, how much it was, I always thought I was getting a good deal because my dad told me if he won, he's giving me $100.
Whoa!
There you go.
Whoa!
That's what he always
Did he win?
He never won. He never won. He never won.
You remember when $100 felt like a lot of money?
Yeah, and what's crazy is my middle school girlfriend, shout out to Laura Reese, the great Laura Reese, her dad or her mom or her parents, basically, when we were in middle school, matched 5 of the 6 lottery numbers.
Ooh.
And won a big
Yeah, that's
chunk.
still a big prize.
Yeah, you still win a big. She won 5 of, they got 5 of the 6 numbers.
Yeah, it's several hundred thousands, I believe.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So Tammy's online. So is Joe Cruz. I'm waiting for one of them to turn on a flipper channel and see what the numbers are.
Channel 9.
Yeah, whatever. Channel 9. Find out what the numbers are because they're supposed to keep those updated. I don't believe that the website has that information. It is like it's the worst
it doesn't give it
website
to you,
in the
right?
world. It just tells you, here's what the numbers were, but it doesn't tell you where the jackpot is. So you would think that by way of actually having a website where you could put information, they'd put information about number one, where you can buy them, how much they cost, and oh, by the way, here's the jackpot. Here's what you're going to be playing for.
Yeah, you would think that they would make it easy to figure out if you won.
Bill asking me in a DM, so what did you decide on to replace the testes and cojones in the story, which is something I was...
frozen for 30 years. I got to see if my bits and pieces are still working.
Excuse me.
My wedding tackle.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
My
wedding
meat and 2 veg, my twig and berries. Hello, lad.
Oh, no,
Just gonna
Mr.
wait.
Powers, Mr.
Relax.
Powers, please.
That's what it felt like on Facebook yesterday. Over 100 comments from people. Basically, the story.
Why you red, Ray?
There's a guy because it's a reflection from the on-air light on the thing. So that's what's going on. On or about May 26, 2019, police met with EM, who explained that she was drinking beer with a man later identified as Morlan Sikian, who she recently met through another person. EM told police that she went to sleep and woke up because she felt her mattress move, and when she turned around, she realized it was the defendant who then lunged at her. She stated she placed the defendant. This you want to talk about this is what do they call it? It's like mating on the Discovery Channel. She stated that she placed the defendant in a headlock, which he broke out of, and then he got on top of her. EM further explained that she felt a lot of punches to her head and body, and then the defendant grabbed her left and right chest. So they could have said breast here, but they cleaned it up in the magistrate report and said chest. EM said that the defendant grabbed her buttocks and then grabbed her neck. She stated that for a short time she couldn't breathe but felt the defendant losing his grasp. EM explained that she grabbed the defendant's BALLS. I've never seen that in a magistrate report before.
Well, we changed that.
Everybody changed that every year. Your story changed it. PDN's story. I want to say the PNC or somebody said that she defended herself. She grabbed the guy by the jewels and squeezed as hard as she could, whereby defendant kicked EM in the shin. Said part of her hair got pulled out due to the defendant holding onto her hair tightly. She was able to break away and ran down the street to hide until the police came to go and rescue her. But if you ask me, she doesn't necessarily need a whole lot of rescuing. She knew exactly where the vulnerable point was on this guy's body and went in there and squeezed like she was trying to make marination with lemons.
Frankly, if I were writing the news story, I would have used wedding tackle.
Wedding tackle is wedding tackle. So there's a bunch of people that went online. So the assignment on Facebook yesterday was for people to find other words besides balls that I could use in this story, and thankfully they did. Stones, crown jewels, eek and meat, kung kung, marbles, meat and two veggies, tea bag, yam bag, wedding tackle, the boys, boba, pearls, ting ting. Jack says she found his special purpose. 2 little ripe beetle nuts, 2 eggs in a hanky. I've never heard that one. CJ, who is one of the coolest people in the whole wide world. CJ says the misters, the nutmegs, bollocks, broveries, as in ovaries, but broveries.
Got it.
2 amigos, marbles. She goes, this is fun. James Schmidt came back and said meat marbles. Kevin Kanata calls it luggage or balabola. Must be from around here. Eric Tydenko. These are normally, some of the people I'm quoting are actual pillars of our community.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that these are not just run-of-the-mill kind of just Facebook degenerates, all right? Well, they are kind of Facebook degenerates, but they're not run-of-the-mill Facebook degenerates. Eric Tydenko says biscuits. Matt Geiger calls them luggage racks.
Shout out to Matt.
It's not my fault, Coach. She grabbed me by the luggage rack, so I reciprocated to be polite. Pam Duvall, nuggets, yolks, sacks. Tess Legotnia from around here, we call it damwit. Tina Roberto. Yes, Tina Roberto. Plums. Therese Camacho Tayama, mayor's daughter. She calls them gizzards. Corinne Bunn, dangly bits. I got 2 more pages of this stuff, guys. Rocky Mountain Oysters, Moneymakers, the Coin Purse, Swimmer Sacks, Buñuelos Dogger, the Bagpipe, Children Maker.
That last one reminded me of a joke that I heard when it was when the teacher said, would tell your parents that that you have a problem. You just can't, not good in English. You have a problem with your dangling participle.
Participle.
Yeah, and then of course the parent says, "Oh, well, he can't help it. He got it caught in his spokes in his tricycle when he was 3 years old." So.
Grab him by the globe. She grabbed him. She grabbed him in Manland. Joe Leasialangi. Joe Leasialangi. Samoan Joe says in Samoan they call him polos. Brad Hewitt. Again, not a degenerate on Facebook, just on Facebook. Cods, Junk, The Boys, Bet Looks from Bob and Connie Bartonico. Melissa Blake calls them jigglers. and Dave Angel. My beloved buddy Dave Angel.
What did he call them?
Lug Shacks.
Lug Shacks.
8:25 in the morning. Come up with something better to keep yourself entertained in the morning show, and I'll be happy to hand over the keys to the kingdom to you. 8:25 in the morning. It's time for Sports with Blake.
Because it is sports, I do want to show everybody. I want to show you two what I thought immediately. So that's his mugshot, right?
Yep.
Of Moreland. I immediately thought of a sports figure and his mugshot when I saw that picture.
Tiger Woods. Oh, yeah.
That guy
right.
looks just like Tiger Woods to me.
Oh, somebody got to do that.
It looks just like the Tiger Woods mugshot to me.
So how did you get the picture? Did you get that from a news site? I can never get the picture. They send me the magistrate report, but they never send me the pictures. So study the pictures, ladies and gentlemen. If you see people that look like that, just go in the opposite direction or be ready to grab.
I double-clicked on it, and I opened image in new tab. Then I just zoomed in.
What do you got for sports there, buddy?
I got very, very little, but we do have some. What did I say? I lost it here. Oh, here we go. The GFA, the Bank of Guam Lady Strikers, they are the champions of the Women's Soccer League Premier Division. They were crowned over the weekend at GFA's National Training Center. They finished with a league best 8-1-2. So they've got a big check for $3,600.
Nice.
And meanwhile, their male counterparts, the Napa Rovers FC, they are champions of the Budweiser Soccer Men's Premier Division. And they did so by finishing, they're the 6-time champions, league best record this year. 19-0, and they tied twice, so 19-0-2, and they walked away with a $4,400 check. I don't know why the guy's check is more. Maybe because it's sponsored by Budweiser, and the other one wasn't, maybe, I guess.
I'm telling you, it's what is the word I'm looking for? It's income equality.
It's income equality. And then that's pretty much it. I mean, other than, like I said, we talked about the APL Women's Fast Pitch going to start up here in June pretty soon. And then I don't have any of the results, so please feel free to email me. But the Women's Tackle League, I was out there for a little bit on Saturday evening, but the game was already over. So I was hanging out more with the refs, which, by the way, one of the refs did pose a good question as far as IIAG is concerned to me. Is this going to cost us any money, DOE taking over the IIAG? Is it going to cost taxpayers any money?
No,
I mean,
if it's going to be run by the government,
question, right?
then it'll cost us money and it will be useless.
Okay. All right.
I mean, it's like find some place where it hasn't cost us money.
No, you're right.
But it was effective.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. But it's just I think that out of everything that we've said about it, that is one question we actually haven't posed: is how much money is it actually going? Are we actually going to stand to lose when DOE,
finally makes when they finally so it's we're leaving.
Yeah.
Eventually.
But
we're leaving.
When
We're packing our bags now.
When we want to.
I got my cowboy hat. And so I'm packing my bags. I'm getting ready to leave.
Cowboy hat.
It's got a guy, the guy's, what's his name? Lon's always running around with a cowboy hat.
And not like a real one, like a leather one.
Right?
I
don't know. I saw. I guess Chris Barnett interviewed him, and was trying to get some questions,
make some sense out of it.
Yeah. And he'd ask a question. It sounded like, okay, here comes the answer. It's like some of the interviews I do around here, and you just go. Let me just try this again. And Chris started doing this thing with his arm. It looked like, it almost looked like a heroin addict because he just trying. I could see his frustration, just trying to, look. I got to keep a straight face here. Here's the interview. I think you can find that on their podcast
I'll
page
check that
over
out,
at KOM. But a very, very interesting.
He's a good interviewer. He's become one of my favorite interviewers to watch.
Yeah. I like him,
especially when people don't want to talk to him. That's really when he shines.
Right.
That's some of my favorites.
It's James Howard talking about how great Candid News is on the program, and I agree with it. I think Candid News does an outstanding job of shining some light in dark places. But here's the thing though: is number one, they don't have an FCC ticket. I have an FCC ticket, so I've got to be careful about the words that come out of both your and my mouth. And the other part is I don't particularly want to get sued. And I think sometimes in the pursuit of the truth, I think there are some steps that they're taking that could expose them. So I have to be careful about shareholder value and the federal ticket around here.
I mean, I know we're media ourselves.
I'm not above calling them twigs and berries on the air.
But I like seeing anybody getting out there doing their own thing. Especially if it's like kind of what Candid News does, just kind of start their own Facebook platform and start reporting. And I mean, I don't know how they make money, but hey, at least they're providing a service, right? Whether you like it or not.
I don't know. I thought I heard a story about how they got their money, but that's not up to me, and I don't have it independently verified, so I'm going to say no more. Say no more. Bottom of the hour and weekend coming up. Got an interesting race that's going to be taking place. Well, they're all interesting at the end of the day, but we've got the Guam Pride Rainbow Run Sunday, June the 2nd, and that is going to be. They're doing it on Sunday.
Is that already this weekend?
It's already June.
Wow.
It's already June.
Saturday will be June.
So today's already 29 today, and so I've known that something was going to be coming up for a while. BMW's got their grand opening tonight.
Okay.
The new BMW showroom that they've been building over at AK. Yeah. So they got a kind of a grand opening shindig tonight, and then you start looking at the calendar. Saturday is the 1st of June. We are 6 months into 2019. Didn't we just do New Year's?
That's what I thought. And the other day around my house, I go, Christmas is going to be here before we know it. And people laughed at me. And here we are 6 months away.
It's going to happen. Here it comes, guys.
I told you we're going to wake up in 2 days and it's going to be November and almost Christmas.
So I don't know. I'm supposed to go see Dr. Phil over at AMC at some point, and then he's going to tell me whether or not I can run in the GRC's most beautiful run. And I'll tell you about this one. It's as is usual with the GRC races, kind of an interesting. My brother thought it was a 5K. It's not a 5K. It's a 5-miler.
Oh,
there's a big difference.
Yeah, the 5K does not mean 5 miles.
Right. So here's what happens. You start off at the Umatic Lookout, right?
The fort,
which is so beautiful up there, and then you run towards Maurizo, and you go down, and it's sunrise, and you're out over there. Here it comes. You can start to see Cocos Island, and it's gorgeous out there. And then you get to about where the convento is, the old convent, and then you make a turn there and go up the hill.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't realize there's a big hill up there.
Yeah.
It ends up, I forget which radio station it is. I think it's one of the religious stations up there. Anyway, it ends up in that place, and then you get to turn around and come back down.
Is that up there by the church, like going towards Priest Pools in that area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So that's a big hill. Doing that Priest Pools hike, When I went up there the first time, you don't realize like, oh, we go into kind of like a little neighborhood, but getting up that first big hill by the church in Maritzo, that's a steep hill.
So, it's suggested definitely run the race. I mean, if you can, it's there's nothing wrong with the race. It's absolutely beautiful. If you're a member of GRC, you're going to have a good time with it. But the race to have fun with is going to be at the Guam Pride Rainbow Run the very next day.
Sunday.
All right. So that's what we got for you. 8:32 in the morning. That's Blake Watson. That was our attempt at pretending to talk about sports, etc. And I guess we'll get around to doing something like this again tomorrow about the same time.
Tomorrow's only Thursday, right?
Already Thursday.
Yes. I guess it was a short week. It's 4-day week.
It's all right. So today was, and suddenly it will be Thursday, and then suddenly it will be Friday. 8:33 in the morning. That's Blake Watson. He's going to finish the morning show over on Star 101. We've got Kevin Kerrigan with the last look at headlines next.
We know too well the inconvenience of not having power after a storm. You worry about the food in the freezer going bad. Nights get hot. It's hard finding comfort when going to sleep. These are realities. But with solar and battery storage from Micronesia Renewable Energy, these realities can be a thing of the past. The solar works during the day and the batteries power your home at night. Call 632-2613 to see how solar plus battery storage can make life a little more convenient. MRE, the smarter choice.
That's what's going on. That's interesting. Let me put this up here. You talk about you're, oh my God, so close yet so far, and so here's somebody's lotto ticket for the Fantasy 5, and according to this, could have been worth about $750,000. The guy picked 2. The winning number was 3. Picked 8. The winning number was 9. Picked 15, the winning number was off by 114. Picked 16, the number called was 17. 36, and naturally the next number is 35. Off by 1 on each ball that come out of the machine. Crazy stuff there. And as I said, waiting on somebody on Facebook Live, because I don't have it here. Just if you do me a favor, turn on Channel 9 on Docomo. Almost called it MCV. Turn on Channel 9 and find out what the numbers are for the bingo lotteries that we've got here on Guam. It is time right now for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. The amazing Kevin Kerrigan with this morning's news.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Take Care Insurance has taken the next step on the well-worn path of procurement protest following last week's denial of its protest by the GovGuam Health Insurance negotiating team. Take Care has appealed to the Office of Public Accountability. In its 93-page appeal to the OPA filed last Thursday, Take Care asks for the request for proposal at issue to be canceled or amended to remove the clause requiring offerers to include GRMC in their provider networks. Take Care's appeal asserts that the RFP will not result in the lowest cost option, that it is inconsistent with the Organic Act and would eliminate competition and deny equal protection. Take Care has requested a hearing date that is yet to be assigned. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero is pondering her choice for an 8th Superior Court of Guam judge. The Guam Bar Association recently conducted a survey among its members asking who would be the best choice, and Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan topped the list, followed by Dana Gutierrez, Anita Areola, John Terlahi, Alberto Tolentino, and Sofia Diaz. During her State of the Judiciary address, Chief Justice Catherine Merriman asked lawmakers to support the appointment of an 8th judge, saying the wheels of justice move a little slower because of the daunting caseloads faced by the current 7 judges at Superior Court. 55-year-old Fangonom Ukuk now has a ticket back home to Chuk. The homeless man has been sleeping at a bus stop in Jigo for the past 3 weeks. The parents of school children who use the stop have complained. UOG Associate Professor Ancito Walter told the Guam Daily Post that Ukuk will depart for Chuk on June 16th, and his relatives will pick him up at the Chuk airport. According to the FSM consulate, Ukuk first came to Guam in 2002 and was unable to find housing after the death of one of his parents. When interviewed by the Guam Daily Post yesterday, Ukuk said he's been unable to stay with family here on Guam. He said people who pass by him have given him food and drinks and sometimes some money. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I tell you what, Guam is good. There's a great example of it. 8:37 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. My number, the number for iConnect is 888-8888, and they'd love to talk to you. They want to spend some time with you on the phone, find out what your plans are for internet and push-to-talk and mobile plans in what's left of 2019. They can probably put together a plan that will save you money. Call them, 888-8888.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training.
Hi, I'm Jerry Roberts, and every day on The Ray Gibson Show, I get to comment on the incredibly diverse, fun, challenging, sometimes frustrating, often exciting, but always interesting world of work. I hope you'll be there with us.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Kevin Kerrigan about to get into traffic and virtually alone in doing that. We've got some traffic on the roads, a little bit of slowdown where the intersections are, but otherwise everything is running clean from the north all the way through the middle of the island down south to Sumai. A little bit of a backup over at the intersection there getting into Big Navy, but it's the same thing every single day, right? Nothing major in front of Navy Hospital. That's all cleared up right now, so enjoy the drive. 8:38 in the morning, what for some kids is going to be the last day of school, and that means traffic going to be even easier tomorrow.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Grab me in the luggage rack. Told her I never coming back.
8:39 in the morning, 888-255-888-TALK. That's how you get a hold of me. What do we want to talk about? I have a list. If you don't know, if you're just wondering what it is that Ray Gibson finds entertaining and otherwise enlightening today, I'd be happy to tell you what's on the table of contents. But first, I want to say good morning. Brad Hewitt's online playing around. I got Simon Sanchez, Viv Cunningham, Nate tonight, Lisa San Augustine. I got Carlos Boleredo, Jeff Pleadwell is there. I got looking at Rod Roast Greeno's name here this morning, and I like to take a look and see who's messing around and who's contributing to the process. Still don't have the numbers for our jackpots here on Guam. I'll see what I can find out, because in my recollection last week there was one that was like $18 million and another one was like $1.8 million, and the conventional wisdom from a guy I know who actually gambles. I'm not a gambler. I'm not one of those guys. I'll see if I can mix in a little bit of personal life with the riff here. I was over at Asia Pacific Investors yesterday, and I'm sitting down and talking with the guys, and they're trying to convince me to get out of one program and then into another program. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the tax hit going to be? And they said, well, the tax hit might be this, but if this fund performs the way it has been performing in the past, then you don't have to worry about the taxes. It'll pay for itself. You don't have to worry about the fees. It'll pay for itself. It's one of these things. Does it make more money than God? And I'm going, I don't know. And then it occurred to me, you know what? Courage is always rewarded. Take a chance, Gib. And signed off on the paperwork, and let's see what happens. Let's see if my paltry investment funds might be able to, under somebody else's care, under somebody else's guidance, be able to put me in a position where I won't ever have to work again a day in my life. You know what? Even if it did, I'd still come to work. Well, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Sit around the house? Look at the dog, watch the grass grow. I could rewatch all of Letterkenny. I think today is going to be the day that I get close to the remote control and watch Chernobyl finally for this week. We'll see what happens. What have I got? Tom Ben Engen says, morning, Ray. That Christian radio station is TWR Trans World Radio. Very interesting ministry and has a great view from the antenna field. You're absolutely right, Tom. Don't disagree with that. That's the radio. That's the turnaround for GRC's Most Beautiful Run, which is going to be taking place Saturday. And again, you take off from the fort in upstairs in Umatic. It's what the guys there used to call it. There's upstairs Umatic and downstairs Umatic. Downstairs is where the church is. Upstairs is where the fort is. So that's going to be, I think showtime's going to be at 5. Go time going to be right there at 6 o'clock. And there's this nice downhill. Oh, man, the downhill is the best part of the race. But then there is a challenging uphill, just FYI. And it's not a 5K, just FYI. So if you think you're going in there just going to be goofing off and you're going to be tearing it up all down the hills of Umatic into Maurizo, save some for the hill that takes you up to TWR, Trans World Radio. All right, so we got that. What was I going to tell you about that I found interesting? 8:43 in the morning. As I said, there's an entire list. Micronesian Island Fair, that's looking good. Went by there yesterday, and I thought they had the grounds over at the Paseo. The Plaza de Susana, which is one of my favorite places in Agana growing up. Those grounds look absolutely terrific, and there's vendor space, there's stage space. There's all kinds of stuff. They're going to be the ATM is going to be down there, so you don't have to worry about cash. There will be a machine that will provide you some folding money so that you can go around and do what it is you want to do and eat what it is that you want to eat. Then there's cultural performances, bands and things like that are going to be playing. It starts at 10 this morning, but the entertainment, the actual opening ceremonies won't be until 6 o'clock today. So that's what you got going. When you quit your when you quit your job, Ray, let me know. Then we can do a no-filter talk show and make more money. What do you say? Filters are good from time to time. I don't know, after a couple of beers, there's generally no filters, but good thing this is a morning show, right? 888-8255-888-TALK. So you got that going. Woman escapes an attempted rape by grabbing the guy in the biscuits. It feels like justice, but there was still an arrest effected, and that turned into one of the more interesting magistrate reports. We got the casino building that is going back to, after a couple of years in mothballs, going back to being a casino building. I'd originally asked a question when they were starting to talk about doing a house of cards or some kind of building down around the parade grounds, the carnival grounds at Paseo, whether they were still going to use that building. And then it turns out that belongs to the other people. It's not ours. And I guess a deal was made with Anne Marie, and it is going to be used as the house of cards for the upcoming carnival for the 75th Liberation. And as Kevin Kerrigan and the folks over at the Guam Daily Post point out, it brings us all the way around full circle to where we were just a couple of years ago when they noticed over at the legislature that, hey, we're going to have a casino at the carnival again? Casino, game rooms, bye-bye. So they got in front of it and rendered all games of chance illegal at the carnival. Not just the cards, not just all of the casino games that went on inside the actual casino building, but everything else, all the other, quote, fun stuff where there was a chance to be able to take your hard-earned dollar and turn it into $2. Your hard-earned dollar and maybe lose it. And maybe that's why it was, maybe that's why they took that step. Hey, we're the government. We're the only ones that can take your money. We can't give it to these vendors at the carnival. Doing our jobs. That's what we're supposed to do. We're the ones that are supposed to take your money. So they made it illegal, and I was ticked off about that. But I wasn't on the radio at the time. Back on the radio now, and noticed that they were talking about it again. And as much as it is one of those issues that is out there where you go, really? We got to talk about this. Have we solved all of the other problems that we've got on Guam? Have we solved the litter problems? Have we solved the crime problems? Have we solved corruption problems? No. But we're going to take all the time in the world that we need to really, really massage what's going on over at the carnival in these games of chance and the house of cards in the casino. But I wanted to have the conversation because I thought it was cockamamie to begin with. That we were going to prohibit these activities from taking place at the carnival. You know, I grew up in the carnival grounds in Again. My grandmother lived right across the street over at Mariana Sales. And it was my favorite part of the summertime to watch that stuff start getting built up over, if you close your eyes, you can almost smell the old farmer's market that was right over there now. And then you've got the area where the carnival was. And there were great rides. I think it's the same rides now, but there were great rides back then, and they weren't as rusted out and rickety as they are now. It was, in my mind, they were like brand new. It felt like we were getting new rides all the time at the carnival when I was growing up. And there were games of chance, and they had games of skill. One of my favorite games of skill, I'll be careful how I say it because it really wasn't my favorite, and it frustrated me for all day. There was a family that used to have these pneumatic rifles. Do you remember? And they for, I don't know, 50 cents or $1, they'd give you a piece of paper with a star on it, and they'd hang the star yonder. And your job, and it was a rifle that shot BBs. Your job was to shoot the star out of the piece of paper. And they had little examples of stars being shot out of pieces of paper, so you knew it could be done. And I don't know anybody in the history of the island that was ever able to actually shoot the star out of that piece of paper with the low-gravity bullets that they gave you. And there weren't that many of them, and the time. But that was a pretty good game of skill. And then there was a tent. I want to say the tent was right down the middle of the fairway at the old carnival. And the great thing was they didn't let little kids in there. There could have been anything going on. There could have been gambling and naked girls and cigarette smoking and all of that going on inside. But the point that I'm going to make here is that nobody died. I don't remember anybody ever dying because there was gambling going on over at our carnival. I don't know. It just seems to... Richard asking, the question still stands, does the Guam public need gambling to have a social carnival reflecting Guam liberation and freedom? Nobody cares. That's not the question. This is not the question. The question is we've got a carnival going on. We're using the liberation as an excuse to bring the community together and play some games and smile at each other and throw down a deck of cards and do all of those things. If you want to tie it completely into liberation and freedom, then maybe a carnival is not an appropriate thing to have, period. Maybe it should have all been done over at Memorial Day and then be finished with it. But that's the thing. Legion, legend, tradition, and all of that kind of thing. And I don't understand why people get so turned on by messing around with the concept. It's like the parade. You know, what's the parade got to do with liberation and freedom and village floats and business floats and things like that? It's just an excuse for everybody to get together, and it is my favorite time of the year and my favorite of all of our get-togethers. We spend enough time, and it's amazing now about how many different ways. Well, now I'm deep into that stream of consciousness. It's amazing now how many different ways there are that we have found to try to divide each other around here. Have you been on Facebook? And see the questions like if you don't speak Chamorro, then you're not Chamorro. You're not a real Chamorro. And then that one lunatic that wants to carve out just Guam, Rototinian, and Saipan out from what most people recognize as the Micronesias. He wants to call it, what do you want to call it, Melanesia, and all of that. And then somebody trying to divide the Chamorros between the Chamorros on Guam and the Chamorros up in Saipan. We've got enough around here that divides us. We need more opportunities for us to get together. And that's what the carnival is for. And that's what the parade is for. And if we're all going to get together and have a good time in the tent, now that I'm over 21 years old and can go inside the tent and see if there's whiskey drinking and card playing and naked girls and all of those things that we thought were in there when we were a kid, now's a great time for us to go in there and actually find out. John Ray talking about the BB gun. That was truly a game of skill. I would use almost all of my allowance and never win. But I got to shoot a gun. So I was happy. Can you imagine if they tried to do something like that now, one of those shoot 'em up games like that used real BBs? Can you imagine what would happen now? Is all the PC freaks and the bedwetters would get out there and there'd be protests on the side. Oh, we can't do that. Guns are bad. Going to teach our children how to be violent. No, teach them how to shoot a star out of a piece of paper. Anyway, sorry, I had a good time with that. 888-8255-888-TALK. What? Who's there? Oh, good. Well, there's actually a couple of things I wanted to talk to this young lady about. I'm glad that she is on the line. From the Department of Education, the prettiest flower in the bunch. Good morning, Isabaza.
Morning, Ray.
How you doing there? You don't do anything now that the schools are over, right? You get to go on a 3-month break?
Maybe a short break, but then we have graduations and school readiness over the summer, so...
You know, I haven't actually gone to anymore. I've only been to one graduation this year, and I'm already tired of it.
Which graduation did you go to?
My Mason's graduation over at Harvest, and what a time that was! I tell you what, you get all of these is like, where are we going to sit? And you've seen this at the graduations that you have been to. And tomorrow, ladies will stack up everything in their purse. They'll bring their mom purse, right? And then everything in the purse becomes something to hold the seat with, right?
Yeah.
There's my lipstick. There's my tampons. There's my cell phone. There's my purse. There's my jacket. There's my, whatever, my scrunchie. And they will hold 20 seats all by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that
Big
kind.
family.
I've seen those kinds of things happen. Yeah, I don't want to be a part of any of that. Anyway, so a couple of things. Number one, we got a job fair that's coming up. But before we get there, you guys are still in the midst of your safety survey, right?
Yeah, so that's online right now. You can find it on our website and also on our Facebook and Twitter pages.
The Department of Education has Facebook and Twitter pages.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, what should we be looking for on the Facebook? Is there a name, Guam Department of Education, or GDOE?
Yeah, so our Facebook is Guam Department of Education, and our Twitter is @GuamDOE.
Okay. And no, what kind of questions are you asking about the safety? Because I'm a little concerned here because one side we want to learn about how people feel about safety. On the other side, we still haven't seen an arrest of a staffer that brought a gun to the campus. So I'm kind of trying to sort it out in my head.
Definitely. So for our school safety survey, this is kind of an open-ended survey that just aims to garner feedback from the community about their thoughts, aims to get feedback from our parents, staff, and even our students about what we can do to improve school safety and also how we can better collaborate with other government partners.
Does it propose increases in, I was going to say like parapros or response officers?
Mm-hmm. So it does ask about how important stakeholders feel law enforcement presence is on campus. Yeah. And it also asks for specific recommendations on how we can improve our collaboration in order to improve school safety. And so these are things that DOE has been working with the governor's office and other government partners, including GPD, Homeland Security, DPW, and other agencies separately. So we've been coming up with different ideas, and we also wanted to reach out to the community to see what additional ideas or feedback we could get from our students and stakeholders.
Yeah. I don't know. Just talking out in the cold about it. For me, I remember there have been a couple of really brutal attacks, and some riots that we've seen on the social medias and the WhatsApps and things like that. And it seems to me, I know that in many cases we look at that as activities that are, they happen on the campus, they involve the students, and are generally taken care of by disciplinary matters at the school. But it seems to me, in some of these other cases, the more brutal ones that we see, I'm wondering why there aren't juvenile arrests made on the campuses more often. Maybe that would send out a little bit stronger of a message about following the rules. And this is school; it's not Fight Club.
Mm-hmm. So sometimes there actually, there are arrests when GPD gets involved. So anytime there is an incident that warrants being reported to the Guam Police Department, we do report that. Mm-hmm. Also, if there is something like a riot or a fight, parents are given notice of allegation or these forms that they can file with the Guam Police Department if they want to file those forms.
Oh, cool. Okay. And just just real quick, has there been any conclusion now on the senior skip out at John F. Kennedy? I know it's not what we said we were going to talk about, but I'm kind of curious as to what at the end of the day is going to happen with those kids. Will they get to walk, get their diploma? Have their NHS memberships been restored?
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely the superintendent has confirmed that all students will be able to walk at graduation.
Okay.
After 4 years of work and hard work, going to class, taking all their exams, he definitely feels that every student has that right to graduate and to celebrate their hard work. As far as the disciplinary action, I haven't heard any update on that. The last that I heard, there were no appeals yet filed, so I don't have any updated aside from that.
Okay. All right. Now, the job fair that's going to be taking place, that's going to be coming up before too much longer. I'm looking for the date on that.
Okay, so the job fair, we really encourage everyone to come out to the DOE job fair. We're looking to hire roughly 300 vacancies for academic school year 2019-2020, and this can include everything from teachers to school counselors, school librarians, school aides, even project staff. And so the job fair takes place on Wednesday, June 12th at Ukudu High School from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we encourage everyone to bring their resumes. If you also have your police and court clearances, you can bring those as well. And we will be doing interviews for teaching positions, which include our teachers, our school counselors, and our school librarians.
I know a couple of people that have recently become retirees from the system. Are they welcome to come by?
Yes, retirees are also welcome to come by. And if anyone has questions about the job fair, they're welcome to call our Human Resources Division at 475-0496. And also for special accommodations, they can contact Margaret Cruz at 300-1612.
What kind of pay would I get as a teacher, inexperienced and uncertified as I might be?
Unexperienced and uncertified, I have to check on that, but we are looking for certified teachers. And for more information about the qualifications, it's best to contact our Human Resources Division.
Okay, all right, we got Mary's number. Listen, Isa, I appreciate your time. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Okay, thank you, Ray.
I will. I already had a good one. I'm going to have a good one towards after 10 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock now, and the radio station is KUSG. Getting you. Please stand by now for Fox News Live. On the other side of that, you and I together are going to kill a valuable talk radio hour. Let's find out how on the other side of the news.
State of emergency. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Severe storms, tornadoes, and flooding leading Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt to declare a state of emergency in every county. The State Emergency Operations Center has been activated.
Some residents in Tulsa are now seriously considering evacuating their homes as river levels continue to rise. Some parts of West Tulsa have already evacuated due to flooding, especially those folks who live close to the Arkansas River. The concern right now are the levees. They're holding at the moment, but officials are watching them 24/7. The National Guard has been dropping huge bags of sand by helicopter to reinforce any troubled spots. Water levels, though, continue to rise, and the community is bracing for even more water as another round of thunderstorms is expected to move in this evening.
Fox's Jeff Paul in Tulsa. In Ohio, thousands of customers without power after 3 powerful tornadoes tore through the Dayton area.
Well, it's been a pretty tough day for a lot of folks in our community. We've had some devastation like I've never seen before.
Dayton Mayor Nan Whaley, 1 person was killed in Ohio, 130 people were injured. The Supreme Court with a compromise on an Indiana abortion law.
The ruling was on a measure signed by then Governor Mike Pence. The High Court is allowing the provision requiring abortion providers to bury or cremate fetal remains, saying it does not have an impact on a woman's constitutional right to choose. The opinion reads, the only remaining question then is whether Indiana's law is rationally related to the state's interest in proper disposal of fetal remains. We conclude that it is, even if it is not perfectly tailored to that end. The justices kept this case as low profile as possible with no oral arguments and the author of the opinion not identified. But the court also rejected Indiana's appeal of a separate provision prohibiting abortions based on sex, race, and disability.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. This is Fox News.
Get 2 Pepsi 12 packs for only $8.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get a Pepsi 12 pack for only $3.49 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Get 2 Coke 12 packs for only $8.99 when you fuel up on $35 or more of premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
GRMC's Neuroscience and Neurology Department treats a wide spectrum of disorders associated with the nervous system, spine, and brain. Some of the more common disorders include seizures, epilepsy, dementia, sleep disorders, migraine, and stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC's neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and the finest neurological doctors. To make an appointment, contact GRMC Specialty Clinics at 645-5500.
The House once again fails to pass a $19 billion disaster relief bill. House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer rapped Republicans for not backing the measure.
Frankly, I cannot understand why any member would object to giving relief to so many millions of our citizens who have been badly damaged by natural disasters.
Kentucky Republican Thomas Massey.
Nobody's had a discussion of how do you pay for it. I mean, everybody says, oh, it's impolite. It's not the proper time with this disaster relief bill in front of us to talk about how we're going to pay for this kind of spending.
The House is expected to try again next week. If it fails again, it won't be considered again until Congress returns. A federal report shows visitors to Yellowstone National Park spent nearly $513 million in neighboring communities last year. The National Park Service report finding the spending by the 4.1 million visitors supported nearly 7,100 jobs in the area last year. There are more than 468,000 people who visited Devil's Tower National Monument in northeast Wyoming, and they spent $30 million last year supporting more than 400 jobs. She survived by eating wild berries and drinking stream water. Amanda Eller, who was missing for 17 days after getting lost while hiking in Hawaii, speaks to reporters.
I never felt alone, and I never felt fearful. It was an opportunity to overcome fear of everything.
Eller was spotted by a passing helicopter. She suffered a broken leg, severe sunburn, and other injuries. She had set out for a 3-mile hike without a cell phone or a compass. Sports Illustrated has been sold for $110 million to a company that specializes in managing fashion, entertainment, and sports brands. The seller, Meredith Corporation, will continue running the print edition and the website for at least 2 years. The new company, Authentic Brands, will handle marketing, business development, and licensing functions. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American President Lines. APL is shipping the future Micronesia renewable energy. There's never been a better time to go solar because now they have batteries. They have batteries that go with your solar gizmo, so even when the sun goes down or it's a cloudy day, you still got some juice to plug in the air conditioner and the AC and the refrigerator. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs, and the guys over at Cars Plus. Cars Plus is in the midst now of their incredible Memorial Day sales event. Even though it's not Memorial Day anymore, the deals are still going on until the end of the month. If you've been waiting to upgrade your car, get to Cars Plus in Mighty today and upgrade from basic with 3 new sandwiches over at Wendy's, and they're made to crave menu. They've got the barbecue chicken sandwich. And they've got the Sawsum bacon chicken sandwich, but they've also got the avocado. There it is. I'm getting that Totla feel again. Avocado BLT chicken sandwich. Yeah. So if you got the cravings for some chicken these days, that's where to get it done at Wendy's. They gotcha.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
What do we got? What are we talking about on the radio here this morning? Well, talking about there's two separate conversations that go on, and frankly, I think they're both unbelievably interesting. Richard Leon and kind of a running gun battle with him this morning. He doesn't agree with my take on casinos and carnivals. Doesn't think they mix, even though for years, time immemorial, they mixed just fine. It was all right. He says, we'll separate the carnival from gambling, make different events on separate months. This sounds more for casino thinking. Look, I don't have a problem with casinos all that much either. And frankly, I get annoyed, especially when, you start talking about people that, it's the do-gooder association of Guam, and they don't think that we're are going to be able to survive casinos. It'll be the scourge of the island. ICE, by the way, is the scourge of the island. If people going out and taking their money and taking risks with it, whatever, right? I mean, at some point, there are going to be people with gambling addictions, and I've found that if it wasn't that addiction, it would be something else. In the meantime, we've got all of these game rooms that are going on out there. And what do we have in place? What have we mobilized to take care of the people that have got gambling addictions that are going to the now licensed game rooms? And you're worried about playing cards over at the carnival for 6 weeks? I don't know about that. We do that here, don't we? We do that. I got editorial from the Guam Daily Post a couple of days ago. Guam should limit vaping in public places. Well, if you ask me, there's a solution out looking for a problem. I don't know what. What are we talking? Church? Okay, church. Okay, fine. Lobby of the nice hotel. I don't even know about that. I mean, they all seem to be big. Is it? Are you just mad because you walked into somebody's vape cloud? Are you mad because, hey man, that smells like Li Hing? It smells like Li Hing vape, and it makes you want to go to the store and get Li Hing powder or Li Hing plums. I'm getting that total feeling again because that's like one of my favorite snacks since I was growing up, sweet and sour. And there's this vape juice that smells exactly like sweet and sour, and it makes me want it every single time. But I'm not trying to make anybody do or not do something just because it bothers me. Where's the story here? Shelton's proposal could curb such underage vaping around schools, bus stops, and other places where teens gather. There's a story one of the newsrooms did the other day about one of the concerns that we have to have right now, and it's not teens vaping. It's more teens getting their hands on crystal methamphetamine. Forget vaping. Forget it. These are not the droids you're looking for. It ain't vape, guys. The real scourge is what's happening with crystal methamphetamine in this town and the scare that more and more of our kids are able to get their hands on it.
Yeah, but they're trying to pick a battle they think they can win. See, they can win against the vape. They can't win against the ice.
You can win against the ice.
Well, they don't think so, though.
Gotta find.
Because they're not willing to really do what it takes to get it.
Well, we'll just go after the vapes. I don't know. It just kind of makes me crazy. In light of these concerns, we hope the bill is signed into law to protect the health of teens and other island residents because we don't want teens and the dangers of vaping. The kids, you know what? Vape all you want. Stay away from the ice. Just keep throwing prohibitions in front of the kids. Start making all of this stuff look tantalizing. All of a sudden, you got kids that might be able to get their hands on vape juice. We're going to make it so that it's illegal for them to do that. Number one, nobody's going to enforce it. And number two, that we're going to, that becomes taboo. Well, if I'm already in trouble for vaping, let's go see what ice feels like. I just steal it from my mom and dad. So I don't know. This I get it. I understand. We talked to Amanda about it. And I know the little girl that this bill is named after. But in my mind, there's got to be something else that we can do about that. So forget about the vape, guys. Leave the vape alone. If the kids find their way to the vape, you know what? That's too bad. But if they just stop and do the dude, I'm cool. I got electric cigarette. If that's all they do and they don't get any closer to to the crystal methamphetamine, then we will have done these kids a favor. 9:11 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. There were a couple of other things in the table of contents, and I'm trying to, sometimes I get to be kind of pissy in the last hour of the program. Every once in a while, I just start, just looking at headlines and reading magistrate reports and then get all flabbergasted about stuff. But in this case, I'm going to attempt here to find the silver lining.
Okay.
This one particular story, draft study. Jolene Toves. Where's she work at, PNC?
Yeah.
It's the pretty one?
One of, yes.
It's called Shake and Bake, but it has nothing to do with cooking dinner. Instead, this has to do with Guam's ice epidemic, which continues to evolve. Not much has changed in the fight against drugs, as methamphetamine continues to be the drug of choice over the past 3 decades. According to a study conducted by Bureau of Stats and Plans, it appears that those in the meth dealing and smuggling world are picking up the ante as intelligence information reveals that a new mobile method of manufacturing crystal methamphetamine has surfaced on the island. The draft report of the 2019-2022 Strategy for Drug Control, Violent Crime and Criminal Justice System Improvement calls them Shake and Bake Labs. The method of cooking meth utilizes a plastic soda bottle, also known as the one-pot method. It involves cold pills mixed with common but noxious household chemicals to produce small batches of meth. One wrong move, and the concoction can explode into a large fireball. A report says that cooks continue their illegal enterprise, smurfing pseudoephedrine, and still use the island's hotels and motels for these illicit operations. And you're going, Ray, where possibly could we find the silver lining behind this cloud? Well, at least the kids are getting into science.
Okay.
Is that the takeaway?
It's as good as any. It was funny. When drug stories come along, I go back into my memory of my exploratory days and I say, yeah, I knew about that. Yeah, I knew about that. This is one I did not know about, and frankly, I'm glad. I had no idea about this shake and bake thing. No clue. I did not watch Breaking Bad.
Far as I knew, when I was in that time in my teens,
right.
We had already gone through, and I'd already seen what heroin and LSD were capable of doing around here, and I knew that I didn't want any part of that. Right. And I can count the number of times between the age of about 15 and 20. The number of marijuana cigarettes that were ever in front of me. There weren't that many, maybe 2 hands to count the whole thing. I mean, it was there, it was out, but it was, whatever.
Yeah.
If and my recollection is the 1 or 2 times that in high school that I smoked it, one case at least, I guarantee is I remember it vividly. I woke up the next morning on my buddy Galen's front yard. Because it just put me to sleep. It was a high I didn't enjoy. The entire world was spinning, and I thought, I can't handle this, and I had to go lay down somewhere.
Sounds like they may have put something in there.
Yeah, well, because Roofy Ray, because I'm sexy, right? So I don't know. We just, we'd already, there were the dumb kids we knew were going to find a way to put something into their arms or snort something or lick something, but everybody else was like, no, there's nothing cool about that. Let's go ride skateboards. So, I mean, at least for me, it was that. I mean, the access to the hard stuff was out there. But you're right, crystal meth. I never heard about crystal meth until the 90s.
Yeah, it was. I was well into the 80s actually before I had heard of crystal meth, and that only happened because at the time I had gone to get a job at a truck stop when I was changing tires, and it was an overnight job. And the truckers would come in and say, "Hey, man, you want a little bit of this to help you through the night?" And that's how I learned about crystal meth. Of course, I didn't get involved in it. I was like, "Nah, man, I'm cool. I got coffee."
Yeah. So I need something. There was a terrible lie that was being thrown around a few years ago, and one of them. It was a lie they told to girls that if you take this stuff, it'll get your energy up and you'll lose weight.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And you'll lose everything else in your life, including your teeth.
Yes, teeth.
In some cases. Were we together last year? No, you weren't there. We'd had to go and drop something off, get the radio station business, right? So we had access to flyers. and that we could put on our golf course to get from one part of the carnival, the parade grounds, to the other.
Oh, okay.
And it was, real cool because it saved some time and stuff like that. So I remember passing by. There was this one tent, and there was you could tell there was a party going on, and what would have otherwise been a very attractive woman turns around, beautiful hair, nice dress, turns around and smiles, and she ain't got no teeth. And I'll go, oh, okay, I think I know what happened to this one here. Let's get away from this tent as quick as possible. What's that, Pam? The Iceman cometh and the Iceman taketh away. How about the baking soda trick, Ray, to cover the drug test at probation? I don't know anything about that. Wish Mayor, says Ted, would focus their attention on the ICE epidemic on island, but they're focusing all their attention on casino. Corruption at its finest. Somebody should find out who won the bid since last they kept in quiet. I think they announced who's got the bid for it this time. There was only one. I think there was only one company that had a successful bid. But I thought last I heard they wanted to keep the door open for somebody else. Neat says, I blame shows like Breaking Bad for justifying synthetic drugs. Richard Leon, just saying. Gov Guam hasn't shown any great force to fight these crooks overselling their vice or business. There's no victory when the judge undoes what the public safety starts. The legal balance favors the criminal element. Modern technology planning and usage is avoided all over the place. Yep.
We have two really major problems here, I think. And keep in mind, I'm still kind of an outsider looking in. I've only been here a couple of years. But from what I can see, we need two things done. Got to re-up on the penal code here. You've got to make the laws a little more stricter. Secondly, legislature, somebody, hello, you got to build a new prison. You've got a prison that was conceptualized in the 60s and built in the 70s, right? And it was only designed for probably about a third as many prisoners as are in there right now.
Yep.
And you've got to do something about that. If you have more space to put these people in and keep them there, then you can start putting them there and keeping them. Hello.
Don't disagree, and I've been a proponent of, going back to, God, which one was it? Trying to remember who was in charge of the prison when we started talking about the idea of finding some property out there somewhere and as you say, building ourselves a new prison. $30 million. Easy money to get so that we could build the cells at Luzon. Right? We got the new GSWA, and we're all scared of maybe getting ourselves into another receiver situation. And Sabina takes the issue to the body over at the legislature, and they move very, very quickly to find $30 million. There's an ad in today's newspaper, an RFP, to find $30 million so we can build a hole in the ground at Luzon. Right? Got money for the trash, but don't have money for the trash, if we can equate the two. And I'm not saying that they'll want to get us back into a scrap with the lady over at the court on trash. I agree. It needs to be done. I wish there was something else that we could do. But no, in this case, yeah, new state-of-the-art prison, good idea. Good idea. Where you want to build it? Do you want to bulldoze the one that we've already got? And then we'll, build a new one kind of on that site?
I think there's plenty of land there to do it, and what you're going to have to do is build it up about 3 stories high. That way you've got several hundred rooms in that one space. And you've also got to you got to restructure punishment. Start making these guys get out here and work for their time. Offer more education in jail. This Luzon hole they're going to dig. Prisoners can dig that hole cheaper than $30 million, and they can learn a skill too. You can teach them how to use a backhoe or something, and maybe when they clean up, they can get out and get a real job.
Yep.
There are so many potential possibilities.
Richard Leon says an isolated high-rise prison speaks loudly. Joe says, I think Scamby and Klitsky a few years back tried to plan a new prison, got no money to back it up. Look, we can find the money. We've always been able to find money around here. So I'm not sure that that's any kind of great excuse that for what is preventing us. I think it's just a lack of a desire to get it done. And there's I don't hear the judge. I'm not hearing anybody over at the court saying, well, the reason why we're not sending anybody to jail is because we don't have the room. I don't think that's the case at all. I think they want to get out from under these cases as quick as possible, move through the dockets as quick as possible. Everybody is eligible for some kind of a break. I want to say there's another one of these crime stories. Where is it? They're gonna Deitas avoids kidnapping and rape charges. See, this is today's outrage, guys. I don't know if you've seen it. Page 2 of the Guam Daily Post. A man accused of the abduction and sexual assault of a woman known to him last year pled guilty just to the assault charges. Kempo Deitas accepted the government's plea deal, which convicts him of aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. Prosecution in court said that it had enough evidence to prove without a reasonable doubt that Deitas was guilty of the charges if the case went to trial. The charges that he avoided in this were first-degree criminal sexual conduct, kidnapping, second-degree criminal sexual conduct, third-degree criminal sexual conduct, second-degree robbery, and terrorizing. So he had all of that going after him. The prosecution said, we could win if we take this to court. We'll win on all of these charges. Beyond a reasonable doubt, we will win. But somebody offered him a plea deal, pled it down to just the aggravated assault. So we'll see what kind of sentence he gets. His sentencing hearing has been scheduled for August the 29th. Doesn't say whether he's still in the clink or not. Faces 3 to 10 years in prison just on the aggravated assault charges. So I'm thinking, you know, I'm the victim here of this crime. If this is the guy that oh my God, could you imagine if he had kidnapped a relative of yours and then raped her? Terrorizing? Assault?
He'd be better off staying in prison.
Yeah, but somebody said, no, let's plead this out. Why? What earthly reason could there be for the government to offer him something that I don't even know if he asked for it? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. I just, you know what, I watch TV, and it seems to me that, you know, you give somebody a plea if there's an opportunity to get a bigger collar down the road. But he ain't a druggie. He's just a thug. He's a rapist. Coward. And so what's he do? He please accepts the deal and will, you know, plead it out to just the simpler charge. So it's not that we don't have enough prison space for him. I'll find a bed. It's not that. We just seem to in case of a tie, the criminal wins instead of the community, instead of the victim. And we really got to reset that. And I don't know how to do it. I'm not smart enough to come up with a plan to do this. If it was stupid senators, and we've had our share of those, there's ways that we can get rid of them. There's ways that we can gang up on 9 senators, 10 senators over at the legislature and say, you got to get rid of this guy. Yeah. We've seen it before, right? When we've got problems with the governor, we'll get rid of him. We can vote them out, but we can't vote out, timid or lazy prosecutors, and we can't vote out judges that don't seem to live in the same planet as us. So, you know, here we are in the republic out here in the fringes of democracy, and the answer is, I don't know how to fix that.
Yeah, and this is going to sound like the Howley guy picking on the brown folks, and it's not meant to sound that way, but I think the problem really focuses on a cultural thing here, where back in the past, and I've explained this before, you'd get these people, and people know them, and everybody knows everybody, and they're like, oh, we can fix the boy. You know, it's okay. Put him in jail for a couple of weeks.
From here.
He's going to go over to Uncle's and work for him, and he'll be okay. And back in the 50s and 60s, that might have worked. Corrections is the wrong attitude to take here. You need to go with penal.
Yeah.
No more corrections. And the Department of Corrections should be renamed to the Guam Prison. Or, you know, something. I mean, make it sound like a place where you don't want to go.
Yeah.
Call it, you know.
See, I don't know about the cultural thing, is because this kid Kempo, he's not from around here. He might be from an island within a couple of airplane
But what I'm getting at, I'm saying when it comes to the prosecutors taking the plea and them agreeing to doing that, it goes into what I think is a cultural awareness thing here that just kind of set in that you want to try to be as easy on them as you can.
Oh,
because,
there's
they're
that.
the folks, you know. So
he probably didn't mean it.
Right, and things like that, which, again, that worked a long time ago.
Well, you know what let's have another one of those things where we write enough on our hands and stand on Marine Corps Drive.
That worked so well.
9:26 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Hold on, wait. Other stuff. And yeah, you noticed in the conversation with Issa, not much of an answer, but I got to say, it wasn't much of a question either, because I didn't think it was the right venue. But you know, it's we're going to have a safety survey. In the Department of Education, go to our Facebook page and take our safety survey, and let's find out ways to make our schools safer. Well, I know there's a law about bringing guns to school. And there's a guy that brought a gun to school just a couple of weeks ago, and the car got broke into, gun got stolen, lockdown on the school, but we caught that boy. We caught that little savage boy that stole the gun. But what about the guy that broke the first law, which was you don't bring guns to school? Now, there's a debate that rages about whether there has to be a place where maybe an armed teacher, armed member of the staff. That way, in the chance that somebody gets crazy and got in a fight with a girlfriend, wants to shoot up the school, or got in a fight with the bully and wants to shoot him and the other cool kids up. Maybe there's a debate that needs to take place about a place for a loaded firearm on a campus. This is not that debate. The debate, as far as the science is concerned and the laws are concerned, we don't bring guns to school. Okay. All right. And somebody brought a gun to school, and that's what happened. Here it is. It'll be, 3 weeks?
Yeah.
By the end of the week? I think it'll be the third week that we still don't know who it is. We know who the kid is. He's been arrested, going to be charged as an adult in this case. But what about the guy that brought the gun? We don't know who this gun-toting staffer was, and what's going to happen to him. I'll give you another example of you talk about this culture here. We got a little girl, Angel and Raylene. Angel 10, Raylene 9, and they were on a bus. They got on the wrong bus not that long ago, and the driver couldn't figure out any other solution but to dump off two little girls. In the back road, Route 15. Nothing good happens in the back road at Route 15 except the Friday night races.
Yeah, and that's any time of day.
Pretty much. They could have been picked up by the wrong guys. It could have been run over by a car, somebody on their phone, somebody reaching for BeetleNet, whatever. Thankfully, Good Sam's picked him up and got the story finished. Do we know who this bus driver was? Still not out there, right? Yeah. Julius does the story. DPW awaiting report on bus driver who didn't follow protocol. Well, how long does it take to put that together? I drafted a pretty complicated memorandum of understanding with a couple of large corporations not that long ago. Multiple pages, signatures on paper that needed to get done, things that needed to get notarized. What'd that take me? 2 days to put that together? Here's the report. This is what happened. What do we need to do? Get it notarized? Does it have to be filed in triplicate somewhere? How long does it take to get a report done? Bring the guy into the office and say you screwed up, or the girl into the office and say you messed up.
Yeah.
Turn in the keys.
You can sell property faster than that.
Keys and badge. So it's one of those things where I guarantee it's a two-step that's going on. And what they're going to do is they're going to wait out the media. There will be another big story going on. Hey, look over here, Micronesian Island Fair. Media guys, look, something shiny. Girls dancing to the beat. Ooh, look over here. So, but every day, somebody got to make that reference, and it'll be me. Who was the bus driver? That's what we want to know. When will there be an arrest of the guy that clearly brought a gun to school? It was obvious. You know why? Because somebody stole it from his car. How long is that report going to take? How long does that investigation take? 9:30? What do you want me to take a break? Am I getting too excited in here? Woohoo! Talk radio is fun.
And you're not even halfway through the pile.
Well, yeah, I know. There's still so much to get through. And the table of contents. So what is it? Everybody over at the Cannabis Board get high yesterday and not returning phone calls?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Will, I got a hold of him, but he said it wasn't a good time for him. Chelsea she wasn't able to attend the meeting yesterday.
Oh.
I just need Vanessa's number. Maybe she'll tell us.
I'll see if I got it. Anyway, 9:31 in the morning. Let's call that iConnect time. iConnect has got great plans for you. And in fact, one that I like very much, it's push to talk. And you hear it every once in a while, the beep. Okay, so that's the sound of the push to talk gizmo going off somewhere and somebody making contact. And back in the old days, clamshell phones, that kind of thing. But it's 2019 still. And it's like combo two-way radio / smartphone. You're going to love the technology. Find it at iConnect. Call them at 888-8888.
The Crazy 19 menu at King's Restaurants is back with all your breakfast, lunch, and dinner favorites. Fun pancakes, tasty sandwiches, and the local dishes you crave for a limited time on the Crazy 19 menu at King's.
Business travel just got easier. Take your data plan with you for only $10 a day to all 17 Data-to-Go destinations. Never worry about additional data roaming charges when you go where your business needs you. The US, China, Thailand, and so much more. Have the assurance you need to check emails, surf the web, and stay connected. Call 688-2677 today to make sure your account is Data-to-Go ready. Docomo Pacific. Better together.
Okay, so I love this hour of the program because it actually gives me an opportunity to get rid of some of the stuff that I'm holding on to. I'm not a hoarder. I don't care what any of my ex-wives say. I am not a hoarder. But here's the thing: is I take the time to clip out things that I see in the newspaper, magazines that I consider to be of interest, and I swear to God, I'll hold on to them just as long as it takes because I feel like they all have some kind of value, and they all deserve at least a little bit of a riff. Right? So, and I don't know how successful the riffs are going to be, but in my mind, I feel like I need to get some of these things off my chest. Senator Kelly Marsh, PhD, Assistant Majority Leader in the 35th Guam Legislature. And a couple of days ago, she published a letter to the editor somewhere, use Inafamalik approach for our public bathrooms. The Inafamalik approach will take a lot of work, and it won't be resolved overnight while the DPR is waiting to implement and contract for a company to clean and maintain the restrooms. I asked mayors for permission to post signs on park bathroom doors informing tourists of restroom access at the mayor's office and community centers in every village because they're all very convenient. My office will call tour agencies to notify them and work out ways to provide information for those who rent cars. Longer-term solutions, well, Parks and Rec has received $5.6 million from the Interior to repair park amenities like restrooms and benches. But in the meantime, we'll do the Inafamalik. And she comes up with a couple of interesting ideas, although I got to say, and this will require, as it sometimes does, more than just my brain power. This will require yours, too. I'll need your help. The same way that I went to you on Facebook yesterday and said, find me another word for balls. I need you to help me out with this. The senator is proposing a task force. Perhaps the task force will adopt a mascot to promote the concept of leaving a place just as clean, if not cleaner, than it was found. Smokey the Bear and Woodsy Owl weren't created just because they were cute, but because they had meaningful messages to impart. So what Dr. Kelly Marsh, Senator Dr. Kelly Marsh, is asking for is some kind of a mascot that we can roll out there that will send a message to kids and adults far and wide, all over Guam, north to south, east to west, that we want to keep our bathrooms clean. So we would have a bathroom mascot.
Back in the 70s, the great white father's continent was becoming bereft of litter, scattered everywhere. They did a public awareness campaign. Of course, we know the Indian with the tear down the cheek. It worked. And we need something like that here, a public awareness campaign. I've been saying this since I got here. Who is the most highly regarded historical figure here?
You know what?
I
want to say they tried that not that long ago. I want to say that there was a series of public service announcements that were done, and basically, you know, looking at and they had characters dress up as our revered chieftains, the Tautamona, the people from before times, walking along trash-strewn beaches and expressing their disappointment. You know, it was an attempt, I recall, for it to be like Iron Eyes Cody, which was the name of the Indian that you're talking about in that old 60s era PSA, you know, comes out of the forest and looks at people trashing the lands. And it was the same kind of campaign, and obviously it worked because there's never been trash or litter on Guam again. However, that being said, And that being said, so this is the part where I require from among the listeners and the viewers of the Ray Gibson Show on Facebook Live, if we were to have a mascot for our bathrooms to keep them clean, what would the name be?
You mean like Gumamon the monster, who got broken, by the way?
But it got broken by a fan that fessed up to it, so they're going to fix it. So that's the good. But yeah, some along those lines, right? So in my head, just off the top of my head, I have Poopy Polly.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Because we're trying to keep the bathrooms clean. I'm Poopy Polly.
How about Basurahan Bob?
Basula?
Basurahan Bob.
Basula is another word for trash.
Yeah, and Basurahan, I mean, that's a Filipino word. So then you could cross language.
Yeah, we both we get it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I could see the guy. You know, just some guy looks like he's a big trash, but a friendly trash.
Trashy Terry.
Right, Trashy Terry. I was thinking of Kanilak Katie.
Oh, nice.
No, it's not nice. There's nothing. There's nothing nice about the word Kanilak. There is no positive connotation whatsoever for the word Kanilak.
But it rhymed.
I can smell it now. And there's Taki Tomas. We can have all of these things. So here's my suggestion, guys. I don't have Kelly's phone number or email, but I'm sure you can find it on the legislative website. But if you've got any ideas along those lines on what it might be that we could name some of these characters or concept characters, draw them out if you like, and send them over to Kelly and maybe she can include those to the briefing that she's going to be having with the task force. All right, I know how to fix the problem. Just bulldoze these things and just go down there and pay somebody to put porta potties there. And that you know what, they go in and we don't have to worry about anything being locked. There's a porta potty there. If you got to pee, use that.
Ultimately, that might actually be cheaper. You're not paying for the water. All you're doing is paying the dude the monthly service fee to go out there and change the porta potty. I mean, they will do that. They get paid to do that. Services get paid to do that.
I'm wondering but is that something that first of all, I don't want Parks and Rec handling it.
Right.
You know, somebody else needs to handle this. There needs to be a commission, or maybe an existing commission, maybe EPA, somebody that who do we trust to get anything done around here?
That's yeah. I think I need thinking music first.
Who do we trust to get anything done around here? I mean, it's not hard. We just need to have somebody, establish a contract. We got X number of facilities that we need these porta potties for, and then just, I mean, it's a finite number, right? How many could there be? And it would be, frankly, you know what? Here's the thing. You know who I trust to do this? Simon Sanchez. I trust Simon. No, that's not what I was thinking of. BJ Cruz. Don't ask me. I got the two confused in my head. No, CCU doesn't need any more work to do. But it's just get somebody like Simon out there. I mean, BJ. See, I did it again. Get somebody like BJ out there, because BJ number one, he doesn't take no for an answer. And number two, I think he'd probably be able to put together a pretty good deal. We'd just plan it out. How many bathrooms do we need? What do we got? 20 places, 20 parks that we've got to get cleaned up.
And you really only need 2 per park. That way, if you have a male and female that want to go at the same time, they can go.
They can go.
Without waiting on each other.
They're generally unisex, right?
Yeah.
But do something like that. Have a couple of receptacles for trash in the area. And the same company that comes in, I want to say there's 2 or 3 companies that do this on Guam. The same company that comes in and picks up the porta potties at the end of the day or at the end of the week, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you pour enough of that honey bucket juice in there, and you can keep that stuff fresh for a while, right?
Oh yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
So, you go in there, and then they clean up the trash at the same time. There's no reason we could make this a solid waste thing.
And with the money we save, on the maintenance of these restroom facilities, we can make some signs to put in the parks telling people when they come in, big signs saying, "Put your trash in the can."
Katie Kanilak says, "Sit on the seat all the way."
Nice.
You like it? Okay. Well, I wanted to put up another image. Hold on. I want to put something. No, you know what I wanted to put up on Facebook? Let me see if I could get the on the WhatsApp. Hold on. I got to click something. Okay. I wanted to do this before we were done with anything else, because it's Lieutenant Governor Joshi inviting everybody out to clean up, everybody, everywhere.
Along the lines of the employees of the various government departments and agencies, together with our island mayors,
will be doing an island-wide cleanup. We invite each and every one of you to rise up and join us on Saturday, June 1st, starting at 6 a.m. to clean up our major roadways throughout the island. If your group or organization would like to help, contact our Island-Wide Beautification Task Force at 475-9383 or email us at ibtf@guam.gov.
Yeah.
Rise up, Guam, and see you then.
Rise up, everybody! There it is. So that's this weekend, right? June 1st is the cleanup, right? So everybody get out there like the old song goes. We taught our kids this: clean up, everybody, everywhere. Clean up, everybody. Do your share. So it's going to be the Gov Guam guys are going to be out there doing all that stuff. Watch out for all of the photo ops. Right? They're going to be. Is it a cleanup and a photo op? It's a cleanup and a photo op. So question number 2, and not to be cynical about it, but I can't help it. So they're going to do the cleanup this weekend, and everything is supposed to stay clean until the Liberation festivities. Okay. All right. Now, again, this is not a Frowny Friday. This is not Make a Weepy Face Wednesday. So here's what I suggest, Josh Tenorio. While you and this army of happy laborers go out there and clean up Guam's major roadways, we do the Pine Sol Patrol, Clorox Cavalry. While you're out there, dig into the trash and see if there's information in there that can identify the people that have done the dumping. Hand that off to somebody that you trust to get the job done over at EPA, Guam Police Department, and say, I found this with Michael Knight's name and address in this bag of trash. Is it possible that we might be able to speak to Mr. Knight about how this trash got to this street? So take advantage of the opportunity to see if there's any way that we can find out who the dumper rollers were.
See, the problem is EPA will tell you if we did not actually see them doing it, then we can't say anything to them about it.
Okay, I disagree.
Oh, I agree. I disagree too, but that's what they'll say. That's
Because I know it's happened to people before, where they've dumped some trash somewhere, and somebody from EPA got a hold of somebody else's name. It was on an envelope or something, and said your name's attached to this trash. Somebody has got to go to jail, and since you're the only name that came up in this trash, give me $500. Why not? So again, it's one of those things where, in case of a tie, the problem is the criminal wins. 944, Hoffa Carl.
Hey, good morning, Ray.
What you up to?
Just listening to you guys in the background while I was doing other things.
You know, I want to ask you this way. I want to say, how are you now? Because I've been watching Letterkenny for the last 3 or 4 days, and some of the Letterkenny-isms are starting to sink into my head. And the hero, whenever he meets up with a friend, says, how are you now? And the answer is, good and you.
Okay, well, I'm not that active on some of those things, so I don't know who Letterkenny is or what Letterkenny is.
I know. A dull and colorless life you have. But anyway, we're here together now.
Yes. Yeah, and I just wanted to respond to the proposal for I think it's well-intentioned, this mascot idea. What we're seeing now with all, the crime problem and the drug problem and the trashing of the island problem, they're all symptoms of breakdown of the family. And, you can go to any major inner city all over the United States. They've got reams of laws, reams and reams and reams of laws. Just legislating new stuff or, mascots isn't going to address the heart of the problem, which is the breakdown of the family. You've got fathers abandoning families. In the black community in the States, it's over 70% single parent. So they're fighting a tsunami of social forces with a teaspoon. How do you turn that around? You just can't legislate that stuff away. The heart of all the problems we have are in the family. Whether it's preservation of the language, passing on of the morals. You don't have to tell pretty much tens of thousands of Chamorros or local residents not to trash the island, because most of them do. We come from good families, and that's how we learned. We don't look up in a rule book or a law book, well, so it's illegal not to trash the island, so I guess I won't do it.
Yeah.
Our parents taught us this, and so, and I came from a dirt poor family.
Well, the reason why the family is breaking down, and it's you want to get the arch conservative view on this, is because the liberal minds have virtually eliminated the need for a man in a household. A woman gets pregnant, has babies, and you know what? We're gonna help you out here. We're gonna put you on welfare. You don't need a man to take care of you here. The government will be your man.
Yeah, they actually punish you if you get married. They've actually incentivized women to stay single and have as many babies as possible.
So we got we got a generation of breeders, and there's no male that is providing any kind of guidance. And unfortunately, some of the men that are providing guidance around here, frankly, I don't want them around kids and women. They're a bunch of lunks running around that can't see any further than the front of their lowrider pickup truck.
Yeah, so we're seeing these kids, children having children, and these are those children that have not had adequate supervision and love and all those things that kids need. So this is the generation that we're seeing now. We are reaping what we have sowed in the past decades, and it's happening in the States too.
So how do you undo it? How do you want to undo it? You want to take the money out of the SNAP cards?
I don't think there's enough encouragement of people, staying in families and getting jobs. I saw a study that was done of people that had done well, despite being in difficult situations, and there were three things that predicted whether they would do reasonably well or very well in life. One of them was finish school.
Yep.
The second one was get a job. The third one was don't get married. Don't have kids until you're married. If you meet those three statistical points, the chances of doing reasonably well in life go up dramatically. And those things are discouraged by our present culture and our society. It's no big deal if you drop out anymore. If you don't have a job, just live on welfare. That's no big deal either.
We'll make the minimum wage $20,000 a year, even though you don't know how to do a job that would pay $20,000 a year.
Yeah, exactly. So we're ignoring these other vital things, and we're thinking that if we just legislate enough, if we just churn out enough reams of legislation, we can magically fix this. And go to any inner city, major failing inner city with horrible school systems, where kids trapped in these violent places, just absolute zoos. And they have reams of laws, reams of them. It's a cultural and society breakdown, and
but we get to watch this. We get to watch this firsthand. There was a documentary. I think you mentioned it about how Seattle is becoming basically the parts of Seattle that are becoming basically outdoor sewers. Seeing the same thing in San Francisco, and these are the meccas, right, of liberalism and quote progressive thought. And they can't do anything about vagrants that can't afford to live there and have decent lodging and decent access to just general what's the word I'm looking for, public health and cleanliness, right? So they go poop right there on the streets. And they've come up, I read this recently, that somebody had come out with an answer to the question about what we do. And the thing is, well, let's do some urban development here. Let's take best advantage of the land and let's build ourselves up these vertical communities for these people to live in. In some cities they referred to them as projects, but it's San Fran and Seattle, so they make them nice and establish some rules for what goes on in those little communities. But the so-called progressives in those communities didn't want them in their backyard. Said, no, you build that out in the sticks. And the guy says, there's no jobs in the sticks. We need to build it near the city. We need to build it near your neighborhood because these are the people that are going to clean your house. These are the people that are going to be working in the restaurants that you like to go to and go to the cafes. They'll work at the cafes and the bookstores and all those places where skinny jeans and man-buns dudes go, right? And they voted those out. So the very people who claim to be the champions of the downtrodden, the homeless, and the economically unsuccessful around here are the very same ones that couldn't be bothered to give them a patch of land to live with some kind of a dignity.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
my family was classical dirt poor. We didn't have a car until I was 18. We lived in wooden tin shacks, complete with outhouse. I walked pretty much everywhere I went until I was 18 and I got my first car. And my father was alcoholic. My mother was tomorrow. She suffered from schizophrenia. So it was not not exactly.
Well, you come out of it. You come out of it. And Carl, if you tell me that story again, I'm going to play the sad music bed. Just FYI.
My dad, despite all his limitations, what he did is he encouraged me to work every summer. He didn't have money to throw at me. And so he got me odd jobs, chopping weeds, mowing lawns. And he also taught me simple courtesy. He said, always say thank you, always say please, always say excuse me. All these little courtesies. This alcoholic, dirt poor man, I think we were getting $150 in Social Security every month. And, it was really not an easy life. But he did put in me, the older I get, the more I realize I owe that old man because of the simple things he did, teaching me to be considerate of other people. It's ingrained in me that you don't need to legislate it into me. It's there. I know not to trash the island.
Well, that's where we want to go. We want to have all of this stuff legislated for us. Hey, 9:53, Carl. I got to run last break of the program, so I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, Ray. It's always nice talking with you and listening to your show. It was very interesting.
It's interesting to me, and I'm glad everybody else hangs out for it. 9:53 in the morning. That's my buddy Carl. You'll hear him this afternoon with Bob Klitsky. Be looking forward to that. His show starts at 4. Tall Tales and more. And just a few minutes left in the program, and I promise I'm going to find a good news story to leave you with.
Legends aren't born, they are made. And during our Jeep Celebration event at Cars Plus and Mighty, you'll receive up to $6,000 in accessories with the purchase of a new Jeep Wrangler Motor Trend SUV of the Year. Customize your new Jeep to the way you want it. Or how about a new Jeep Grand Cherokee? Save up to $5,000. Or save up to $7,500 on a new Jeep Compass Sport. It's our Jeep Celebration event going on now at Cars Plus and Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you. Accessory special cannot be combined with other offers. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mom. Somebody forgot to thaw the chicken, so meet us at Chili's for 2 for $25. Oh, and congratulate your sister for making the basketball team. She's thrilled. Love you. See you at Chili's.
Enjoy 2 full meal combos for $25. An appetizer, 2 mouth-watering entrees like our crispy chicken breast, smoked barbecue quarter leg, or smoked jalapeno cheddar sausage. Served with corn on the cob and french fries. 2 bold combos for $25. A full-on meal deal available nightly for a limited time. Together, we Chili's.
9:54 in the morning, 888-825-5888-TALK. Half a day. Or as my buddy Vic the Brick used to be a sports guy here on Guam, and this was his sign-on phrase when he got on Guam Cable TV for sports. He'd go, half a day, sports fans. And lately, in the last couple of days, it's going to be half a day movie fans. We're getting more and more information about this Netflix film that they're going to be doing here on Guam. I know that they're out there, looking for places to go and shoot. I don't know if any of the celebrities are here yet, and if the celebrities are here, will there be any kind of meet and greet? Will we get a chance? Will I get a chance to meet Virginia Madsen, who I've had a mad crush on since I watched her in the movie Electric Dreams back in, 84?
Yeah.
Middle of 84, summer of 84.
I didn't remember her, and then when I saw the picture, I realized. Why?
Yes. Yeah. And then the Sideways, the wine movie.
Right.
And I was talking to somebody about that, and she's like, oh, yeah. Had to go look up the other two, but Virginia Madsen, when they saw her name and the movie Sideways, and then, remembered the scene where she starts talking about how great that wine is, it's like, oh, okay, that's Virginia Madsen. And like I said, and I'm going to say this on the off chance that maybe she is out there listening, I'm going to crush on Virginia Madsen since 1984 in that movie, and I'd like to say that I've seen everything that she's been in, but I'm not going to say. I'm not going to be one of those guys. Oh, you're my favorite, because she's not my favorite. Who was the one on Friends? What was the name of the girl on Friends?
Well, there were three.
The one to see. I'm on television, so I can't describe her without using my hand. So I'm not going to say anything.
You mean the cute one?
Yeah.
It's
Brad Pitt's
Jennifer
girlfriend.
Aniston.
Thank you, Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
She's my favorite.
Yeah.
If I got to have a favorite, boy crush. Anyway, sir. But anyway, so they're doing the movie. Yeah, Forever in Electric Dreams. Love the song, Joe. Speaker Air Force welcome Netflix filming on Guam. U.S. Air Force has confirmed that Operation Christmas Drop is going to be shot right here on location. Lieutenant Ryan Bradley. And Bradley, swear to God, I know you, man. Ryan, if you get in between me and Virginia Madsen, you better marinate on that. Public Affairs Officer at Anderson said movie producers have contacted them, and we are actually excited for the opportunity to highlight the Air Force's mission here on Guam. Yada, yada, yada. And then there's a thing with Speaker Tina Rose Munya Barnes, who has long championed the establishment of the film industry on Guam. Also welcomed the filming of a Netflix movie on Guam, saying the producers had a number of locations to choose from, but they chose, I'll say it again, Guam. Tina, you get between me and Virginia Madsen, it's going to be trouble. Came to us in February of 2019, paid a courtesy visit, and so here it goes. We've got Virginia Madsen, Kat Graham of the Vampire Diaries, and Alexander Ludwig from the Vikings. Oddly, in this Jerry Partito story, they left out Virginia Madsen from Electric Dreams and Sideways. So I'm just saying, but between of all three, she's the bigger name, Jerry. just so you know. But anyway, I'm sorry, I digress. So it got me to thinking, which is always a dangerous thing. And the thinking is, if this works out with Netflix, guys, we've got to be able to take this thing and run. We've got to be able to take this and turn it into something that is going to be good for us. So I don't know who the collective is that is putting this show together and seeing to its completion to the satisfaction of the Netflix network. But this is my idea. And I'll bet you we could get the scripts for a song. Don't we own them? Don't we own the rights to this? We need Netflix to come and help us redo the 1960s feature film originally put together by Gita and Gordon Mayu called Noon Sunday. We need to take Noon Sunday and remake it with 2019 special effects, 2019 actors. I'll be happy to play the role made famous by John Forbes in the submarine scene in the movie. Right? Be happy to do that. Would be my part there. And while we're thinking about it, I don't know anybody that was happy with the outcome of the Max Havoc movie. Another Gita top seller. But I think it's time that we have the conversation, now that we've got the Netflix people interested, in taking Max Havoc and remaking that. Better technology, better actors. And yes, I will take on a role in that one if absolutely needed. I gotta run. I gotta get out of here. Put that in your pipe. Carlos Camacho, there's a brainiac there. He ought to be able to get the funding for it. At any rate, so I'm gonna go. Bob Klitsky, 4 o'clock this afternoon. The radio station is KUSG Huggatnya. For Kevin Kerrigan and Michael Knight and Blake Watson, this is Ray Gibson saying thanks for watching. And if you're going to the BMW thing tonight, I'll see you there.
4.3 HD3.
Historic flooding. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what cities along the Arkansas River are bracing for, despite little rain, but there have been downpours further north.
City officials tell us they expect up to 1,000 homes to be affected or flooded by the time the Arkansas River crests here at 42 feet tomorrow. That forecast is the highest river level this area has ever seen and double the flood stage. The Arkansas River has already engulfed Highway 22 here, a 4-lane road, and many businesses and structures in this area. This is a major intersection that looks more like a lake.
Fox's Matt Finn in Fort Smith, Arkansas. In Ohio, one person was killed, more than 100 hurt after a series of tornadoes struck near the Dayton area.
The destruction of this tornado was intense. It would took gas stations completely gone. Large hotels just ripped the side of the building. Large manufacturing facilities destroyed.
Dayton Mayor Nan Whaley, thousands of people are still without power. The lawyer who represented adult film star Stormy Daniels in a civil case against President Trump in some criminal trouble, Michael Avenatti, had 2 arraignments today, pleading not guilty to identity theft charges related to Daniels, the other extortion. Prosecutors say that he tried to get Nike to pay him millions to avoid bad publicity.
I am now facing the fight of my life against the ultimate Goliath, the Trump administration. I intend on fighting these charges, and I look forward to a jury verdict in each of these cases.
Avenatti remains free on bail, but his travel is restricted. A Tennessee man convicted of murder in a 2017 Nashville church shooting will spend the rest of his life behind bars. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before handing down the sentence against Emmanuel Sampson. This is Fox News.
Fox Nation is the place for exclusive content you can't get anywhere else. New opinion shows from Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, and Tommy Lahren you can only get by signing up for Fox Nation. Plus, the real stories behind the headlines. Documentaries on Chappaquiddick, Jimmy Hoffa, and more that you'll only find on Fox Nation. More of the opinion done right you crave? It's on Fox Nation. Documentaries and specials you can't get anywhere else? They're on Fox Nation. So go to foxnation.com today and sign up now for Fox Nation. Opinion done right now.
Chris Wallace on Fox News Channel.
The animating question for me is always, what's going to happen next? If people sense that you're not pushing an agenda, you're not pulling your punches, they're going to rely on you. It's a commitment to the truth. One of the advantages, I think, of having been in this business so long, you're able to detect what is real, what is important, and what's just political noise.
Chris Wallace on Fox News Channel. Real news, real honest opinion.
A lawsuit underway in an Oklahoma courthouse against a pharmaceutical giant the state says is responsible for an opioid addiction crisis.
The state of Oklahoma says Johnson & Johnson knew its opioid drugs were addictive and harmful, yet pushed doctors to prescribe them in unsafe ways. They've brought the drug maker to court.
Opioid addiction is a disease of the brain, and it's man-made.
Johnson & Johnson denies wrongdoing. The lawsuit is being heard only by an Oklahoma judge and no jury. Unlike other lawsuits against pharmaceutical companies, this one isn't being settled out of court, and testimony is expected to be revealing. Eben Brown, Fox News.
The House has failed again to pass a $19 billion